Good morning, everybody. I call the Senate out of recess, ask the Senate to come to order and recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session, and if we could please be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warden. Good morning, sir. Did you watch the game last night? It was amazing. Yeah, I could tell by the way he smiled.
Well, Senators, thank you for allowing me to serve you during this session as one of your chaplains. It's been a real honor, so thank you. As your faith allows, would you pray with me? Lord, we thank you for our dedicated senators who tirelessly commit their time and efforts to serve the people of New Hampshire. We're grateful for their steadfast commitment, knowing it makes a profound difference in countless lives. As our senators move into their summer break, let them feel refreshed. For our senators who are not pursuing re-election, let them know their efforts were meaningful. And for those who seek another term, give them what they need as they campaign. Grant our senators the wisdom, strength, and compassion in their endeavors. Guide their hearts and minds to lead with integrity and grace, knowing their service has brought positive change to our great state of New Hampshire. Amen.
Maybe everybody could join me in a special round of applause for the Reverend. His words are always uplifting and really set the stage for a great day. And Celtic fan. Senator Chandley, could you do the honors, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Whitley, for a very special event.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I would ask the body to join me in recognizing one of our very own, Dr. Roger Brooks, who will be retiring today. So if you could come up, please. So the Senate has a resolution for you. The New Hampshire Senate, a resolution. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Dr. Roger Brooks in honor of your 14 years of dedicated service as doorkeeper to the New Hampshire Senate. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its best wishes for a happy and healthy retirement. And if I may say a few words also, Dr. Brooks is a constituent of mine, and from day one, when I was a very, very new and inexperienced senator, he has been a wonderful and kind guiding force to me. I think we all know his commitment and dedication extends, of course, to the Senate, but then so far beyond. He is a beloved member of the Concord community. He, if you don't know, is a Renaissance man, an incredible gardener, a winemaker, and an educator, first and foremost. And that has extended to his commitment to the PAGE program in the New Hampshire Senate. He has guided our young people who have come into the Senate, just like he guided so many students in our Concord community. In addition to his commitment to the Senate, to our students, to our community, he is also, of course, one of the most dignified and kind humans. So I am sad to see him go, but really wish him the best wishes for a well-deserved retirement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. some of you may call me a slow learner because it did take me, as principal, 36 years to graduate from elementary school. It only took me 14 years to graduate from here, so I feel like I'm making progress, you know. I want to thank Tammy and her great team. It's been a real pleasure for me to work with her. And to get to know all of you senators has been an honor and a delight. So thank you very much. I'll probably be up there making cat calls and waving banners next time you see me. So.
So, and I'm going to add something. I find Roger incredibly inspirational because he's done something that I really want to do, which is climb Long's Peak outside of Boulder, which is one of the 14,000-foot peaks, and it's one of the hardest ones, knife edge and things like that. So, congratulations. Hopefully I get there. Okay, further introduction of guests. Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have two introductions, if I may. The first, I'd like to introduce Kira Skullberg. Kira was an intern of mine last summer. She's a recent graduate of Boston University. She's traveled to New England and fell in love from California, and her mom and I have teamed up on injury prevention efforts throughout the country. Kira, welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. And then secondly, if I may, we have members with us of the New Hampshire EMS community today, and they are here to thank all of you for your continued support and hard work this session on emergency medical services issues. So they're here to thank you, but at the same time, I know that you'll join me in wanting to thank them for their 24/7, 365 dedication to Granite Staters' health and to keeping them safe. So thank you very much.
Further guests. Senator Rosenwald, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to welcome Nashua's own city clerk, Dan Healy, is here, who also serves as president of the New Hampshire City and Town Clerk Association.
Further guests? Seeing none. Thank you. I recognize Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voting on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the following action taken by this body on Senate Bill 306. I want to reconsider the vote of non-concur with the House amendment.
Senator Pearl has moved to reconsider the vote on non-concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 306. Is there any discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to reconsider, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We have reconsidered Senate Bill 306. Senator Pearl moves the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 306. Discussion. Senator Pearl.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, in our busy time here, and we had a lot of bills that came before us, and I screwed up. I made a mistake on one of them, so I want to ask you to support the concur on 306. The House did a good job and just made a simple definition change on the Dispute Resolution Board for Manufactured Housing, and again, my apologies to all of you. The mistake was mine. I got a couple of my bills mixed up in my haste to put recommendations, so I'm going to ask that you support the concur. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Is there any further discussion on the motion to concur on Senate Bill 306? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. Without objection, House Bill 1197 is special order to the end of the House bills unless otherwise ordered by the Senate. Without objection, House Bill 1127 is special ordered to the end of the day unless otherwise ordered by the Senate. Without objection, Senate Rule 622 is suspended to allow consideration of the consent list. Senator Carson moves that the Senate adopt the committee of conference reports that are on the consent list before us today. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Without objection, the clerk shall read the first recommendation and thereafter only. The title of each bill shall be read, and the clerk is instructed to enter all House messages into the Senate Journal. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee conference report on House Bill 318 FNA relative to magistrates, bail commissioners, the standards applicable to, and the administration of bail making and appropriations.
The question is on adoption of the committee of conference report on House Bill 318. Is there any discussion? Senator Soucy.
I rise in support and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. As all of you know, this has been many years in the making. Many of us were part of the original efforts to reform our bail system. And I think this report and the legislation before us finally does what needed to be done, which is to build the infrastructure to support making the right decisions on behalf of the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. It provides our law enforcement with important tools. It provides important victim protections, and also, on balance, provides those who've been accused of a reasonable duration of time and a speedy answer with respect to bail. Most especially, in my biggest concern has always been those accused of the most violent crime. So for all those reasons, I am thankful to our colleagues across the other side of the wall who did so much work with us in recognizing the need for these changes, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to support this true bipartisan compromise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Carson for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to echo the comments made by my good friend from District 18. This has been a long battle. We know that there were problems with our reformed bail system, and for years we tried to fix it, but for whatever reason we just couldn't get there. I'd like to commend the House Criminal Justice Committee and its chair, Chairman Roy, for all the hard work that they did on this. And this is a pretty good compromise, and it's a really great first step. I think one of the most important aspects is it adds in the violent crimes. And this is one thing that the Senate had been trying to do for a great deal of time. Mr. President, we heard from our communities and from our police departments about how badly this reform was needed. With the passage of this, it is going to make our streets safer. It's going to make our cities safer. And I would just encourage my colleagues to please support this bipartisan piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chandley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Kwoka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 24-0. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Congratulations to everybody. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee conference report on House Bill 518 relative to the administration of occupations by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification just came on the floor.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 518. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have a moment to introduce a special guest. Thank you. Seated behind me is retired Major Pasquale Ronzullo of the Massachusetts State Police, a wonderful friend and a truly great public servant, did great work for the Massachusetts State Police, and a wonderful friend. Pasquale, buona fortuna.
Grazie, thank you so
Prego,
much.
prego.
Thank you so much. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator D. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1018 relative to on-premise and off-premise liquor licenses.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1018. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition because, unfortunately, this report added Senate Bill 504. And as we have talked about, at great length in this body, this is really a misguided solution that doesn't actually solve the proffered problem. And unfortunately, what it will do is unfairly target our communities of color in a time where they are already being subjected to discrimination in our communities. So I think this is unfortunate that this is what the body has chose to move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion of ought to pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1018 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1030, repealing certain task forces, study committees, and study commissions, repealing the John G. Winnet Memorial Commission, and making the maintenance of memorial a duty of the Joint Legislative Historical Committee, and establishing a committee to study the appeals process administered by the environmental councils established under RSA 21.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1030. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1215, relative to development approvals and appeals.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1215. All in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did pull this one off of the proposed consent agenda. I told everybody I would be brief. It is the wrong thing to do, to take away from the citizens in Hampton their right under the law as it stands now, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Gray. Okay, so the question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1215. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I encourage the body to vote in favor of House Bill 1215, and I would specifically like to speak to the amendment just to remind the body that currently the state of New Hampshire allows for select boards, any select board or board of aldermen in the state, to enter into an up to 5-year lease with anyone for municipal property. Up to 5 years. That is our statute right now. What the town of Hampton is asking for is for an opportunity to consider whether they enter into a lease of up to anywhere between 5 and 99 years. There's an opportunity for an incredible economic development project that will bring jobs and bring more space for our visitors to stay and enjoy our treasure, which is Hampton Beach. And I know that there has been some pushback about, well, this is a one-off and why would we do that? And I'd like to remind this body that we do this kind of thing for towns all the time. We, in fact, just this year approved $191,000 to make the city of Hampstead whole. In 2019, we did an authorization for the town of Milton to sell its old fire station. In 2019, we did something for the the town of Kingston, and in 2014, in my district, we ratified a warrant article of $3 million for the purpose of financing a conservation easement in Rye, and they had not met their 10 public hearing requirement, and we did a one-off for them. And I have, this goes back. We do this with frequency, and I'd like to remind the body that the town of Hampton asked for this. And I hope you all received a letter from our Chamber of Commerce in Hampton, which also supports this completely. And again, it's an option. We're not requiring Hampton to do anything. We're letting Hampton make their own decision. They already could enter into a 5-year lease. But as you can imagine, a developer is a little reluctant to put in a $600 million project with the threat of losing a lease at the end of 5 years. So we want to give the town of Hampton the opportunity to make that lease a little longer should they choose to. Let's let Hampton do what Hampton needs to do. Thank you very much. Thank
you. House Bill 1215. Is there any further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and ask my colleagues to support the amendment and support the piece of legislation. Since when do we discourage economic development? We've all been in favor of economic development and progress for people of the state of New Hampshire. Why would we stand in the way of a town that wants something done that's going to be beneficial to the community and make sense? What are we here for? This is an opportunity to take a situation that currently exists and enhance it dramatically. Dramatically. A tremendous improvement for the seacoast, a tremendous improvement for the town. The town wants it. Why should we stand in their way? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1215 is adopted. Senator D'Alessandro, I think you have another guest.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're blessed to have one of the most distinguished residents of Bedford, Senator Ricciardi. I realize that he's one of your constituents. But John McNeil, he's almost the tallest guy in Bedford. Almost. So he keeps growing on a daily basis. He's a guy that's done wonderful work in the media industry. He created all of the advertisements for Hasbro when it was emerging as a giant in the entertainment industry. So with that, John McNeil is here today, and we welcome John as a... Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1265, relative to the penalty for failure to file school expenditure reports and relative to certain adequacy grants.
The questions on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1265. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1278 FN, relative to qualifying medical conditions for purposes of therapeutic cannabis.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1278. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1278 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1292 FN, relative to the coverage of children under state retire insurance plan.
The questions on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1292. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition, and again, unfortunately, this was a very important underlying bill, but what was added in Committee of Conference continues to be very problematic. While it is improved, this portion, this so-called anti-sanctuary cities bill, won't make our communities safer. And unfortunately, we have heard time and time again from law enforcement that they don't want this bill. And I don't understand why we just don't listen to them. We don't listen to our chief of police from Manchester, who said this will unravel all of the important work to build trust with our immigrant community and our communities of color in Manchester. This will take us backwards. This will make our communities less safe. It will also target our beloved immigrant community who have added so much to our state. And why? Why are we doing this? Let's not fall prey, colleagues, to this scarcity mindset that is only designed to divide us and separate us when we should all be coming together to build a safer and more productive state. This bill is based on national political divisive rhetoric and solves a problem that we do not have in New Hampshire. There is little to no evidence that we have a problem with illegal immigration in New Hampshire. It doesn't exist. So this bill is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist and will create actual harm to our communities in terms of public safety and in terms of targeting an already beloved community that is under siege right now. I implore my colleagues to vote against this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to vote against this. The sanctuary city aspect of this bill, we received notification from law enforcement how opposed they are to this, how the burden that is put on to them will take away from what their responsibilities are and what the communities pay for. We are a welcoming society. I might say that my family were the sons and daughters of immigrants. My grandfather, grandmother born in a different country. They treated us poorly when we came to this country. Poorly. But we became respectable citizens and stayed with the program and worked hard for the program. In Manchester, we have cultivated a community that involves all of those who have come to this country and become active members of the society. We've cultivated this, and the growth and development of our city is a direct responsibility of this, a direct result of this. Why would we try to do something negative at this point in time? The damn polarization in our society has become so apparent and so disturbing that we waste time and effort on things that don't have any real meaning. Let's promote togetherness. Let's promote a little bit of love instead of hate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're not tired of getting anyone in this bill. The bill has even been modified to make sure it doesn't do that at all. Before, if you were pulled over and there was a detainer notice, one could make a phone call. Under the new bill, as has come out of the committee of conference, you have to be under arrest. So there's no target here. I am also a grandson, like my good friend from 20, of two people who came from Ireland who had got sponsors when they came here. So they were not wards of the state. We've seen the burden on our country. It's $461 billion we're spending on illegal aliens, supporting them, housing them, food, shelter, clothing. I see homeless in the streets in Concord. I see people homeless in Manchester. I see veterans living in encampments. They're the ones we need to take care of first. There's only a finite amount of resources, and we need to spend it on our own first. As far as danger, we have had rapists come into here. We've had coyotes at the northern border sneaking people in. In Rye, we had a mass murderer. There have been several rapes. We look at Massachusetts, our neighbor to the south. They have incurred a $1 billion cost that they don't have the money for, paying for illegal aliens. So if we could go back to an old day when they had a sponsor, we welcome, as my immigrants, as the senator from 20 is the grandson of an immigrant, much the same as I am, we welcome people who come here lawfully. And that's the type of people we want in New Hampshire. And we cannot afford nor take the safety risk. We look every night on the news. There's someone being raped, killed. We have a border where there are 10 million people. They're not being vetted. We need people who apply, who want to come here as citizens. We welcome them to our communities, and they are an integral part of it. This bill does nothing to hamper that or scare anyone who came here lawfully. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just one of those issues I think we're just going to disagree about. We've heard about the testimony from the police officers. What I think is very interesting is they didn't make a distinction between legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. I am glad that they have ties, and they fostered those ties to legal immigrants in their cities. New Hampshire welcomes legal immigrants. I cannot state that enough. We welcome them into our communities. They become contributors to our communities. They add to the quality of life here in the state of New Hampshire. But we are talking about all of the illegal immigrants that have been allowed to enter this country under the current administration. They don't know where half of these people are. And there's been two really, I think, very important incidents that have happened recently, that is an indicator of what we are going to be facing because of the failure of the current administration to tackle the problem of immigration. First, in the news, we've heard about 7 illegal immigrants who had been thoroughly vetted by the government, but who were caught planning a terrorist attack on our soil. Don't forget that. These people just walked in here, the very aspect of committing a crime. But they want us to just turn away and just pretend that the crime hasn't occurred. No. Also, we've just recently found out that an illegal was caught coming through Canada to Pittsburgh. Those of us that went up to visit with the folks up in the North Country, with the police officers, the county officials and citizens, are telling us this is happening all the time. But this one time, I think we really need to pay attention, because this individual was caught with child pornography on a thumb drive. So do you want to welcome that into your community? I sure as heck don't. We need to get a handle on this, Mr. President. And the first thing we need to do is say, no, we do not have sanctuary cities, warning, welcoming policies, all of those things. Here in New Hampshire, we are law-abiding citizens. We welcome legal immigrants. We want legal immigrants to come here. But we do not want to create a situation where we're going to be receiving a flood of illegal immigrants. We can't afford the cost. Who here is going to advocate for increasing our taxes in order to pay? Because the federal government will give us some money, but we all know the situation with the federal government in the budget and how we're spending, and we don't have enough money. We are so deep in debt in this country. We just can't afford it, Mr. President. We can't afford it financially. We can't afford it in our communities. So please support the amended version of House Bill 1292 and vote to protect the people, our citizens of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Altschiller to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I have heard on the floor of this body a number of times, and it seems to be very fashionable to cast aspersions on this current presidential administration with regards to immigration policy. And I would just like to remind my colleagues that a bipartisan immigration bill was due to hit the floor of Congress in February of 2024 and ended up being hijacked for political purposes. So just a reminder that this administration has done all of the good work to get us to a bipartisan agreement on federal immigration policy that was hijacked by a candidate. So just a reminder of the truth of what is happening here.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Birdsell.
Good senator from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Those 7 illegal immigrants from Tajikistan, I think is how you pronounce it. Do you know where they were found?
To be honest with you, no, I don't. I believe they were found near, or actually on, a military reservation.
Is that near a sanctuary city?
Yes, I believe it is.
And follow-up, the bill that was just talked about, isn't there a bill in Congress sitting on Senator Schumer's desk, HB2, that would cover the illegal immigrant issue?
Yes, you're correct. And it's interesting when we're talking about that piece of legislation, because one of the biggest I don't want to say aspects, or one of the biggest points of contention was the current administration wanted to continue to allow 5,000 immigrants in per day. And they said, no, we're not doing that. And recently the administration just came out with a new number, I think 2,400. So They just need to shut the whole thing down completely and stop. And that's what people want. They just want it stopped. They can't afford it. They can't afford what's happening.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Carson, Senator Birdsell. Is there further discussion? Senator Avard, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do rise in support of this amendment, and there's no hate involved. And I detest the fact that anybody would accuse us of hate. There's no hate involved. We made it very clear on the Senate floor that we support legal immigration. I've sponsored individuals in the past and will continue to do so, and we encourage it. We love immigrants. I recently went and saw a movie. It was called Cabrini. Beautiful movie. And it talked about your ancestors, Senator, from Italy, and how she started all the orphanages. We welcome people who come here legally. Recently, again, we went up north, our senators, and we talked with local officials. 7,000 individuals crossed our border illegally. Some were captured and released. 7,000 just from Pittsburgh. From guess how many different nations? That's right, you guessed it, 70. 70 different nations crossing our border just in Pittsburgh alone, illegally. This morning, on my drive here, Mr. President, I'm listening to a radio broadcast where an individual's calling in and said, listen, this is the first time I've ever called in, but I got to tell you, I went to a particular airline at Logan. Sure enough, I'm going to Terminal A, and they say, we just can't let you go through Terminal A. You got to go through Terminal B. So the individual takes the catwalk, 2 different catwalks, to Terminal B to get onto his flight. What is that odor, he said. It smelled. I can't identify it. Sure enough, underneath, in a certain area, there were tons of beds, hundreds of them, of illegal aliens here at a welcoming city. His wife didn't feel safe. His wife didn't feel safe going to Logan Airport because there's no more room. Now, we're going to be considering a very controversial bill, which I do not support, which has to do with marijuana. We already know that there's an illegal black market with marijuana. But now you create a sanctuary city, and you have a black market that is just going to be teeming with illegal individuals from illegal nations doing their best to fund whatever operation they want, like they've been doing up in Maine. We know about that. They were caught, illegal pot being sold, laced with who knows what, to fund their operation. Now you add to that controversy an illegal individual in a sanctuary city. What's law enforcement going to do? Can't touch him. We want legal people here. We want them to come the same way your ancestors came, legally. I support this. This is the best thing for us. We need to make sure that whoever's coming into this state comes with the best intentions and is not jumping the line of those who spent not $5,000, not $10,000, but $15,000 on lawyers just to get in line to become a citizen of New Hampshire, of America. They spent the money to do it the right way. They took the test. They did everything that was needed. Somebody's got to come across the border. Oh, that's compassion? That's not compassion. That's theft. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for rising a second time, but I cannot let fear-based rhetoric that is not based in fact stand. It's just too much. I just would urge the body not to fall victim to spurious scare tactics, not based in fact. And here are the facts. Immigrants, this is data, these are facts. Immigrants commit far less crimes than their native-born counterparts. Those are the facts. Now we can cite certain incidents, scare folks into thinking otherwise, but that's the truth. They commit far less crimes than their native-born counterparts. Here are the other facts. We have heard in this body many times over about that this bill is necessary to solve the drug crisis. Well, here are some more facts. In particular, the most illicit fentanyl is smuggled through the U.S. at the southern border, not the northern border, let's be clear about that, the southern border, through legal ports of entry and by U.S. citizens, not by individuals coming here illegally. Those are the facts. So I cannot let scare tactics rule the day when they will only promote further suspicion and discrimination on our beloved immigrant community, who came time and time again to the judiciary community, to the State House, and said, please don't do this. You are targeting us. You are undermining our safety in the communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in support of the committee conference report. Rhetoric, 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 rhetoric. You know, when you don't make the distinction between illegal immigrants and lawful immigrants, that's the rhetoric I find inappropriate. And that's why lawful immigrants feel they're being targeted. They just hear them lumped into one category with people who are here illegally. And that's not right to do that, because that's sending a confusing message to the public. This only applies to illegal immigrants. If you are here in this country legally, this has no impact on your status in the country. When it comes to entering the country legally, my father immigrated to this country. He lived out the American dream. And we could expand lawful immigration if there was a commitment to actually enforcing the immigration laws. And what can we do here at the state level is to not permit welcoming communities or sanctuary cities. They keep rebranding it, but it's the same thing. When they say welcoming community, they just don't want to call it sanctuary city, but that's what it is. But if we do not permit that here, and we send the message that we're going to support lawful immigration, that is the path going forward to where we can potentially reform our immigration laws and expand lawful immigration, which I believe Americans do support. I know here in New Hampshire we support that. It's the lawful immigration side of things. Why? I don't feel that we're targeting anyone simply because we're asking our existing immigration laws to be enforced. We don't say that about any other law. So I think when it comes to the rhetoric and these scare tactics, it's telling the lawful immigrants that this applies to them when it doesn't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Carson.
2-minute recess, please. Thank you.
Senator Carson, before we go to recess, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce a number of guests from my hometown of Wolfboro that are here to watch our proceeding today. So thank you very much for coming, and welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. All right, the Senate will be in recess Recess. The question has been called on House Bill 1292 by Senator Soucy, so I had no other people signed up to speak. So the question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1292.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested by seconded Avard. Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chandley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Kwoka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Good, yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes.
14.
The ayes have it 14-10. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1292 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1313 FNL relative to access to voter checklists by candidates.
The questions on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1313. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1358 relative to tenant and contract manufacturers of beer, wine, and liquor.
The questions on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1358. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. And Senator Innis, if you could assume the chair briefly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rick? All right, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1369 relative to the verification of voter rolls every 4 years.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1369. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of House Bill 1369, as reported by the Committee of Conference, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. All right. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1370 FN relative to durable and tamper-proof containers for preserving ballots.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. Is there any discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is an important step in voter confidence here in New Hampshire. Although opponents of this bill will tell you that we don't have a problem. We have had very few prosecutions. Well, you can't prosecute people you can't find. The last data that has been published by the Attorney General's office was for the 2016 primary and general election. In that report, there were 230 people who filled out affidavits that the AG's office couldn't find. 230. Does that instill voter confidence? Not in me. Are those 230 people, am I accusing them of voting illegally? No, I'm not. They could have been college students that were here. But by that time we got around to investigating them, we could no longer find them. They had moved. They had gone somewhere else. They had whatever. We need to instill voter confidence in our elections. The only thing this 1370 does about the affidavits is it removes it and takes that investigation, which happens months later right now, and moves that to election day in place of the affidavit. There are databases out there that we can utilize. Many people who come in and fill out affidavits, because they moved from Manchester Ward 1 to Manchester Ward 4, Rochester to Nashua, or wherever within the state, according to state law, they don't have to prove citizenship. They don't have to prove age, because they've already proven that. But because we don't have that data available at the polling place on election day, they are required to fill out the forms, to fill out the affidavits, to do all of that. Simple thing. Get a tablet. Put the database on the tablet. All of those people, if they were registered, or are registered, or were registered, if you can look them up on that tablet, they won't have to fill out an affidavit. Again, state law already says that if you were registered before, you have proven citizenship. You have proven age. The only thing you need to do is prove domicile, but you need to prove identity to be able to prove anything, because those documents give your name that don't normally give the rest. I went to register my grandson to vote this last weekend. I showed up without the birth certificate. And it says, okay, hey, he wants to register. I said, he was born in Dover, and now we're registering in Rochester. Clerk told me, hey, we can't go in and look at that record. We can't check it. 1370 allows them to do it. But every time we started talking about it, they pushed that affidavit in front of him. Sign this, and you can do it. You sign this, and you can do it. Instead of taking that one simple step to look it up. So I gave him the $15 because they could look it up after I gave him $15, and he was able to register without that affidavit. Interesting, isn't it? There's other databases out there. DMV databases. Oh, we can't use DMV. 1370 allows them to use the DMV database. Even a real ID does not prove citizenship. But the data the DMV has can prove citizenship, because someone at that DMV, for you to get that real ID, had your birth certificate or your passport, copied down your place of birth. If it was in the United States, guess what? You're a citizen. If your parents are listed as whatever, and they are registered to vote, you're a citizen, right? There are things that we can do, and 1370 allows a lot of that to happen. It allows a group to be stood up. It allows that group to continue operating after Election Day until Friday at noontime to help you. And the reason I say help you, it's still the voter's responsibility to bring that documentation. But we can help. We can make it so that we don't impact all those people that the senator from District 18 has talked about. And every time she made an objection, I changed 1370 to try to mitigate exactly what she talked about. Exactly what she talked about. 1370 is a good bill. 1370 will instill voter confidence in our elections and maintain it. Please vote for 1370.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and ask my colleagues to vote against this piece of legislation. I've been around here for 50 years. I thought the name of the game was to make it easier for people to participate. Let's talk about the history of our state and voting. Originally, you couldn't vote unless you owned property. Only property owners could vote. We had restrictions on everybody else. Then we said if you wanted to register to vote, you had to have your passport or your birth certificate with you. How many people in this room carry their birth certificate in their pocket and their passport? Raise your hands. One. One person could register to vote. Why, when we have no problem, do we search for a solution to a non-existent problem? And we do that repeatedly. Voter suppression. We want to encourage people to vote. We tell people the one privilege that you have is the vote. That vote is so consequential. It's so meaningful. It carries with it sometimes victory or a loss in a particular situation. Why must we continually, year after year after year, try to find a problem that needs a solution? Why? We have a Congress that's spending, a Congress of the United States of America, that's spending its time wanting to indict people rather than pursuing legislation. We talked about a piece of legislation with regard to the border. The Congress won't pass it. But why? Because they want to indict the Attorney General, they want to impeach the President, they want to do this, they want to do that. Why don't we do things that are constructive? We had the most restrictive voting situation in New Hampshire years ago. That's been taken care of. We run the best elections in the country. We're proud of that. We're very proud of that. Why are we trying to restrict that? Why? Let's think about the people. Let's think about the vote. Let's think about getting more to the polls. Getting more to the polls by eliminating a restrictive process. Again, carrying your birth certificate or your passport is ridiculous. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Perkins Kwoka.
Mr. President. So I also rise in opposition to this bill, and I echo a lot of the points that my colleague from District 20 has made. You know, with all due respect to my colleague from District 6, we've served on committee together for 4 years now. This continues to be a solution looking for a problem. You know, we have safe and secure elections here in New Hampshire. I've said this before, but I'm going to keep saying it until we all feel that we've seen the data. We've seen that we've gone through this enough. In 2020, there were over 1 million votes cast, and only 5 investigations were ever opened. No charges brought. You know, every time I stand up, I'm bringing you a new piece of data to show you that these elections are safe and secure. The voters we're talking about, these voters are often going to be eligible voters. They have a constitutional right to cast their ballot. And so what we're trying to determine when they walk into the polls is how we establish that. Today, we use an affidavit. We have to establish citizenship, identity, age, and domicile. We do those things now. We have a system now. It works. It works fine. Again, another piece of data I brought you from the Attorney General. Between 2022 and 2023, there were 0 investigations open based on the provisional ballots cast. We just had to have further protections around our right to vote. What did we find? That there was nobody we needed to worry about. So we continue to kind of, come up with solutions that are going to impact people's right to vote, as my colleague from District 20 pointed out. Now we're asking people to show up to the polls on the day of registration, on same-day registration, and have with them proof of citizenship. So my friend from District 6 says we're going to have a hotline, that these folks are going to walk into the polls, and this will be this year, guys. This is effective upon passage. It'll be for the 2024 election. They're going to walk into the polls, and there will be, instead of an affidavit, which they can sign, which is a legally binding document, it's notarized, they are swearing to the truth of it. Now we're going to have a hotline. This is a brand new procedure, just in time for a presidential election, mere months before a presidential election. We're going to have a hotline. It's going to have all these different folks in it. They all have to figure this out in the next few months. They're going to tap into different databases. They're going to do stuff we've never done before. Maybe there's some good ideas here. Again, it seems to be solving a problem that doesn't exist. And maybe if we had more time, we could feel more comfortable with it. But we don't. We don't have time. This is too important. This is people's right to vote. And we don't need to see what happens. I've mentioned this to you guys before, but there was a bill passed in Kansas that had similar requirements to what we're seeing, both in HB 1569, which already is going to the governor, and in HB 1370. And we saw that in that case, 31,000 people were disenfranchised when they came to register for same-day registration. Over 10% of people that came that day were turned away. Okay, so my colleague from District 6 continues to improve the bill, minorly, by adding this concept that, these folks can cast a ballot that is subject to judicial review that needs to be reviewed by Friday at noon. Again, I have not sat through a hearing or heard testimony from the judicial branch that they are available to do this. I don't know that we're going to have a resolution of our elections by Friday at noon. How are they going to deal with the backlog? What happens to the ballots that aren't reviewed? How does that affect the outcome of our elections? How can we rely on the numbers we hear that night? There's a procedure to kind of take these ballots out if they're not verified. There's just too many questions, and this puts so much on our local election officials to get this implemented for this year. It's just too important. So, there's been a lot of technical work on this bill, and I understand that, but what remains the most important thing to me is, can Granite Staters vote? They have a constitutional right to vote. How can we make sure that they are voting, that their vote counts? The system we have today works just fine. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Kwoka. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. Senator Avard with a question.
Senator from 6, please.
Senator Gray, do you accept?
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. So if only 10% of those affidavits were not legal, if they were done illegally and there was some fraud, were those votes still counted?
The 230 affidavits that couldn't be verified, yes, those votes were counted months and months and months before that investigation was done. The characterization of the 10% was from a different senator, not myself, but I would note that that did not talk about the data for number of affidavits that they could not find the people for. In fact, I have asked the senator to provide me that data, and I'm still waiting for the data that she got from the Secretary of State.
May I have a follow-up? And so if only 10% of those were not, of that number that you gave me, were not legal, could that make a difference in the outcome of, say, a Senate seat or a House seat?
There have been numerous elections here in New Hampshire which have been decided by one vote. In fact, we have also had a lot cast to find out who won because of a tie vote.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Avard, Senator Gray. The question remains on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. history can be a wonderful thing, and I want to thank my colleague from District 20 for bringing up the history of voting rights in this country. We all know that during the history of our country, various groups were disenfranchised. They were not allowed to vote. And it wasn't based not only on race, but religion and gender as well. But we don't live in that world today. And we want everyone who is legally able to vote to please vote. It is a constitutional right, and I think it is something that our founding fathers gave us, that if you don't like your government, you don't have to pick up a rifle. You can go to the ballot box to change it. And that's why our right to vote is so important. And we in this chamber over the years have worked hard to encourage people to go out and vote. But history also can be kind of interesting, because there's three of us that are here in this chamber today that were here back in 2011. I was one, the senator, good senator from District 3, as well as the senator from District 20, had the discussion about photo ID, ID verification. I remember those discussions. They were contentious. We were told people are going to be disenfranchised. We're not going to allow people to vote. It was a total doom and gloom situation. But guess what? That never happened. It never happened. Today, we all take our driver's license or whatever form of ID that we are legally allowed to use, and we can go and vote. The system didn't collapse. People were not disenfranchised. So what we have in front of us here today are improvements to that existing system. Very rarely does a system ever stay the same, and it never changes. This system is going to change, and it's going to keep changing because of one word, and that's technology. We have more technology available to us today than we did back in 2011. We're making connections with various databases, which the good senator from District 6 talked about, to get real-time information when someone shows up and they want to be able to vote, to verify their identity and whether or not they're qualified to vote if they're registered someplace else. This system is going to continue, and it's going to continue to change. This is just another step in improving the system. And I can pretty well guarantee you, Mr. President, that in another 12 or 13 years, if this passes, people in this chamber will be saying, we have such a great system, we don't have any problems, there's no need to change it. It wasn't that way back in 2011. We made those changes, and now everyone here now agrees. It works great. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. I have Senator Abbas to speak, followed by Senator Soucy. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation to adopt the committee conference report. But when it comes to verifying citizenship, just to clarify, although your passport or your birth certificate is prima facie evidence of that, it actually does say in any other reasonable documentation which indicates the applicant is a United States citizen. So if you don't have your passport or your birth certificate on you, there are other documentation you can provide to demonstrate that you're a United States citizen. Now, the New Hampshire law, to be eligible to vote in this state, requires the person to be a United States citizen. I am not clear why it's frowned upon that we're trying to provide some basis of verifying that information beyond someone simply signing a piece of paper saying such. Respectfully, Americans should decide American elections, period. And I think that for that reason, we support the committee's recommendation. Please concur with the committee conference report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abbas. Senator Soucy to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the current report. And I do have to say that my colleague from District 6 has worked diligently to try to address a number of concerns. But I think it's worth mentioning something in more recent history. My colleague from District 20 said we learn a lot from history. I think we need to look back at the most recent presidential primary and what we ask our election officials to do on Election Day. I think every one of us in this room following that primary complimented these folks because they're volunteers. Some are paid a stipend, but I mean, we ask people to be on their feet for 15, 16 hours. We expect results early, and we knew in that presidential primary, the eyes of the nation, the eyes of the world were on us, and we succeeded, we shined. The people who run our local elections are to be applauded, are to be complimented. They do the hard work, and they do it well. And they do it well because they're prepared, because they're well trained. Well, as my colleague from District 21 said, this is effective upon passage. Passage. We have elections coming up in September, November. How in the world are some of these folks going to get trained, change the systems, make sure they have access to a phone, make sure they have access to internet if they want to use a tablet? How in this shorter window of time, even if you think this is a good idea, and I know many of you do, how are they going to do that? And how reasonable is it of us to expect them to do it effectively and do it well? I just think that in and of itself is problematic. I mean, there are other things with this bill that are still problematic. You know, being able to register to vote in a lot of other states takes time, and people can produce documents, and people think about it before they go in. But I think we're forgetting we're a same-day registration state. So, yes, it shouldn't be so hard to take the time to order your birth certificate if you were born in another state, or to find your marriage license if you changed your name when you did that, which a lot of women do. Sure, those things might not seem burdensome to a lot of us, but this is same-day registration. We have an exemption from motor voter because we do same-day registration. Now, remember, I just said, this becomes effective upon passage. There's very little time to get people ramped up to be able to do this. So in a presidential election in November, when everybody's watching, we're going to have people pick up a phone. They get 20 minutes. Is it 20 minutes from when somebody answers? Same-day registration is a process that runs well because people are prepared for it. This is a complete revision in that process. We're expecting them to do it this November, September and November. I can envision situations where there are going to be lines, and people are going to say, you know, look, I tried to come before work. I've got to leave. I've got to be on time. Or I've got to pick up my child at daycare. How is that going to work if they can't do this verification quickly and timely? How long are these lines going to be? Because some folks are having issues with the internet. Some folks are having other issues at the polling location. It's a lot. It's a lot to expect. And it's going to lead not only to people walking away, potentially, and I would say that's being disenfranchised, but it's going to lead to, I think, a lot of difficult situations at the polling location that are really going to be problematic for our city and town clerks. The last thing I will note is that this legislation calls for essentially a provisional ballot, which is something that our past Secretary of State, I think the current one, is opposed to. We've never had provisional ballots. So somebody's going to have be given a ballot that they can cast. Those ballots are going to be set aside. Now, here's the thing. Those ballots are set aside, and they're hand counted. Big ward in Manchester, you know, I mean, Ward 1, where the good senator from District 16 lives, highest turnout ward, There are thousands of people voting there. If there's some provisional ballot, nobody's going to know who they are. Some of our small towns, what if there's one? What if there are two? So not only are people going to know who you are, but how you voted? You don't see a problem with that? You don't think the sanctity of the ballot box and the privacy right of the individual to cast their ballot isn't potentially in jeopardy here if there's just one in a really little town? That's something we need to think about. We also need to think about the fact that the moderators are putting these ballots aside. They're putting them in a secure container. That secure container gets transported to the Secretary of State, and that goes to the judicial branch. Is it going to one court? Is it going by county? I don't know because the legislation isn't prescriptive, but what if I cast one of them? What if I hadn't been registered and registered? How do I say after Tuesday, oh, geez, I couldn't find my marriage license. It's in a pile of papers under my jewelry box. I just found it. Oh, wait a minute, how do I get there? How do I know where it is and which judge? How do I have the due process afforded me to demonstrate who I really am if I do get that evidence? Where do I go? How do I engage? There's nothing here that tells me as a voter. So, look, there is a ton of work that's been put into this. There are some good ideas, but this isn't ready for prime time. This isn't ready for prime time, and it doesn't improve our election process. Just because somebody fills out an affidavit and one investigator at the AG's office couldn't track that one individual down, I don't know that we want to disrupt our entire election system. So for all of those reasons, Mr. President, I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Bradley to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think our colleague from District 6 has really done an exceptional job of trying to work across the aisle, trying to fashion a New Hampshire solution that makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And that is the entire purpose of what this bill is about. My friend from District 14 talked about the same exact arguments that were used 12 years ago when we implemented voter ID. These are the same arguments that we're hearing today. And yet, today, voter ID is almost universally supported across the political spectrum. Why is that? We're a purple state. We all know that. Elections are close. Everybody expects the integrity of elections, that their vote counts the same as every other person who's legally entitled to vote. And when that happens, and when there's the perception that that happens, elections are believed. People feel the process has integrity and transparency. And one of our most fundamental rights as Americans is that right to vote. It's as important as all of the other rights, and possibly even more important than the rights enumerated in the Bill of Rights. But non-citizens do not have the right to vote. And we are seeing in different jurisdictions local elections that are being proposed to allow non-citizens to vote. That, I think we should all agree that that should not happen in New Hampshire. Become a citizen and you have the right to vote if you're here legally. Now, I understand the arguments that were raised by our friend from the city of Manchester. But I also believe that we have a very capable and competent Secretary of State with a great staff, and we have very good, hard-working election officials, be they volunteers or paid people that run our elections. And we're New Hampshire. We figure out how to solve problems. We use common sense, we work hard, we roll up our sleeves, and we get the job done. So while September is coming fairly soon, I believe that with a competency that starts with our Secretary of State and flows down to all 234 communities in our state, we're going to be able to get this done. And to be able to get it done so that the 1.3 million New Hampshire citizens, in what's likely to be a close election, will feel it's an honest election, that their vote counted appropriately, that the results were what the results were, that their vote was not diluted by people that don't have the right to vote in New Hampshire. And we heard these arguments on voter ID, and they're the same ones that we're hearing today. But we have among the highest turnout of voting participation in the country. We don't allow no-fault absentee voting. That's something we've debated. We've debated in the past mail-in ballots that would lead to ballot harvesting. And all of those things that I just mentioned that have occurred in other states have led the residents of those other states to question the integrity of elections. That should be something in the live free or die state that we don't ever have to question. So I think our friend from District 6 has done a commendable job. We want to make sure it's easy to vote, but hard to cheat. We want to make sure that every vote counts appropriately so that we accept the results of an election. And we want to make sure that elections are decided by Americans and people entitled to vote in New Hampshire, which is why I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Committee of Conference report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. Senator Perkins Kwoka to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief since I'm speaking for a second time, but I do just want to briefly respond because I think it's really important to say out loud that our system right now works. Our system right now is not allowing people who are not citizens to vote. Our system right now is secure. Our system right now is something we are all proud of, which we continue to say in this chamber. So even though our Secretary of State is hardworking, and even though we believe in the ability of our town clerks, this is someone's constitutional right that we should be working in every way possible to protect, but also make sure that they can exercise. And so I just want to make sure that we are all clear in this chamber that it is not only our job to solve problems, but it is also our job to educate. If someone is questioning the integrity of our election, it's our role to help them feel comfortable with the myriad of data that has already been presented that our elections are safe and secure, and not to continue to change them, keep the sand shifting under our feet, and continue to create doubt about these elections. We have one of the best election systems in the world, and I continue to be proud of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Kwoka. Senator Gray to speak a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I believe our elections are secure, there are holes. The Attorney General's office was in my office several times during the preparation of this bill. The investigator for the Attorney General's office and I have had conversations over the years. His continuing concern is being able to find those people with the affidavits. Several years ago, I put in a bill to expand the affidavit so that it would have a block that would have information like your social media account, your telephone number, a person that would be able to identify where you are. Those didn't pass, regretfully. And that is why that investigator for the Attorney General's office has continued to tell me that his biggest concern is finding those people that filled out the affidavit, because he does not know whether they voted legally or illegally. And for that data that is published by the Attorney General's office, 230 people are too many. When that investigator said, well, if they were standing in front of me, because I can go into the TransUnion database, and if they've changed their name, then the names are in there. Also, you go in there. When they looked me up, he says, you applied for your Social Security card in New Hampshire between 1963 and 1964. All those questions that you get from the bank, what address of these three are associated with you? There is data and more data. Help me. Vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1370. We have a request for a roll call, I believe, from Senator Soucy with a second from Senator Avard. All right. The clerk will call the roll.
Do we miss Owen, Prentiss, and Waters?
In a moment. All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau? Yes. Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentiss?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chandley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Soucy?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Kwoka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Innis?
Yes. All right, the ayes have it, 14 to 10. The Committee of Conference report is adopted on House Bill 1370. Right?
Yep.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1380 FN relative to brew pub licenses.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1380. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
I yield to the Senate President.
Senator Bradley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure everybody'd rather be talking about brew pubs than a lot of other things that we've debated today. But it is with some regret that I have to stand up and make sure that the legislative record reflects what I hope we will do today. We unanimously adopted a bill that would have helped cancer patients and patients that pay large drug copays. You, Mr. President, were the sponsor of one. Our friend from Nashua was the sponsor of another. It was my recommendation that the Senate attach those two bills, which I think were unanimous or near unanimous, to House Bill 1380. And I admit to not having a full understanding of the consequences of the underlying bill of 1380 and why it's so necessary. So there is a brew pub in the fine city of Nashua that is losing its nano license because we have repealed it and it's on its way to the governor, and has a restaurant. And without passage of this legislation, half of their business would be rendered unlicensable and so unusable. And so when the House passed the bill, it did not take into account the three-tier system for beer distribution, and production, distribution, and retail. And so our friends at the beer distributors worked with, in particular, our friend from District 9 on an amendment to satisfy all of those concerns. And a great compromise was reached, and everybody was happy. And then I got involved, saying that we should fight for cancer patients and fight for patients that have large copays. And did not realize the implication for that business. So everybody remembers what happened a week ago today. There was just a lot of fur flying, a lot of different committees of conference, a lot of this, that, and the other, and I was involved in many of them. And I forgot to remind the Senate conferees that we needed to adopt the Senate version of the underlying bill. So I take the blame. I'll buy everybody a beer when we're done. I don't have to worry about Senator Pearl. But the only remedy, unfortunately, today is to adopt the House version. And there's an agreement in place that I think everybody has this letter that I want to read part of from the owner of the particular brew pub in Nashua, outlining why it's so important. And it'll only take me a minute to read it. He says, "Dear Governor Sununu, President Bradley, Speaker Sherman, I'm writing to you regarding 1380 relative to brew pub license. The bill addresses and resolves the dilemma my business faces with the passage of Senate Bill 137, which will repeal a nano brew license, a license I currently hold on one of my properties. Senate Bill 137 has passed the House and Senate and is on its way to the governor for approval. It will become effective on July 1 of 24. House Bill 1380, the bill we're debating now, would enable the holder of the brew pub license to also hold an on-premise or off-premise license. This will permit me to continue to operate the business as I presently have licensed. As the bill was being considered in the Senate, a compromise was reached with the beverage distributors to limit self-distribution of beer and/or cider to not more than one on-premise license owned by the brewpub licensee. Senate passed this bill on May 15th. 2 additional non-germane amendments, I take the blame, were added to 1380 on the Senate floor on May 23rd, 2024. The House non-concurred with the Senate version, and both bodies agreed to form a committee of conference. The Senate conferees agreed to withdraw from their initial stance of including the 2 unrelated amendments. Their intention was to propose the passage of the version approved by the Senate on May 15th. In the confusion of all the different versions of the bill, the conferees actually agreed to recommend passage of the House-passed version of the bill that did not include the compromise language reached with the beverage distributors. This was realized after all the conferees signed off on the Committee of Conference report and after the deadline for reports to be filed. There are very few options to fix this inadvertent error. One of the options is to adopt the Committee of Conference report and correct the statute in the 2025 session. I am writing to you to inform you that I will commit to honoring the agreement and the language reached in the amendment adopted by the Senate on May 15th, 2024, which would limit self-distribution to the beer and/or cider at the brew pub to not more than one of the on-premise licenses I own. To support this commitment, I am willing to accept this restriction as a condition of my license. I think this would be the best and simplest way to proceed until we can correct the statute in 2025. I hope that you will give serious consideration to resolving this matter. I'm committed to seeing this matter fully resolved. Signed by Ian Buckley, Vice President of Michael Timothy's Dining Group. Now, I read this letter to make sure that it's in the permanent record so that the intention of the legislature is clear and this owner is clear. Further than asking for this letter, which has been distributed to all 24 senators and House leadership and all members of the Commerce Committee in the House, I've also spoken to Commissioner Malika, and he is fully supportive of this path forward, and I've asked him to make sure that if anybody thinks that they can take advantage of this situation in the intervening time, whether it's in the 2025 session or potentially even on veto day, he will inform them not to do it because they will be potentially in violation of their license when this fix that was the Senate version of the bill that our friend from District 9 forged a compromise on is actually enacted into law. So I apologize for the long-windedness, but I think it's very important that the legislative record be clear, and I think that we all try to solve problems in New Hampshire, inadvertent mistake, and this is the best way to correct it so that this business in Nashua can continue to operate. So I ask, Mr. President, that we vote for this committee of conference report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1380. Senator Rosenwald to speak.
And I'll be brief. I just want to echo the comments of the Senate President and talk about the importance of this business. They have revitalized downtown Nashua, but they also operate in Merrimack, Hollis, and Portsmouth. They're great community partners. I think their offer to operate in the spirit which they're agreeing to do is terrific, and I really hope we'll be able to fix this on veto day and not have to wait a whole year. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1380. Is there any further discussion? Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually rise to introduce a couple of guests. I see two of our former colleagues here, Senator John Reagan and Senator Kevin Kavanaugh, and wanted to just welcome them back to the warm chamber.
Welcome back, senators, and thank you, Senator Soucy. All right. Senator D'Alessandro to speak on House Bill 1380.
No, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce a couple of guests in the gallery. My wife, Pat D'Alessandro, is here. And my dear friend, former state senator from Massachusetts, James Chajuga, former mayor of Methuen, former secretary of justice for the state of Massachusetts, and truly one of the great Americans, Jimmy Chajuga.
All right, welcome everyone. Are there any further introductions? All right, seeing none, the question remains on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1380. Is there any further discussion on the bill? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye, all opposed say no. Aye. All right, I did that too quickly, but you got it. All right, let's do it again though. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Thank you, Mr. President. The gavel is yours.
This deserves a little bit more than that small amount of applause. Come on. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1400 relative to residential parking spaces, landlord-tenant law, unauthorized occupant evictions, and zoning procedures concerning residential housing.
The question's on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1400. Is there discussion? Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all want New Hampshire to remain the best place to live, work, and raise a family. From my friend in District 1 up in Littleton, home of Pollyanna, I believe, to my friend from District 22 down in Salem, home of the Rockingham track and what remains of it. But we are short tens of thousands of units of housing to have a balanced market. This makes it harder for young and lower income residents to live in New Hampshire, a fact that I've picked up from my good senator from 21. This creates a smaller labor pool and leaves jobs going unfilled. This bill is not a silver bullet to the housing crisis at all, but it is a first step to the bucket to put out the fire that we have in our housing shortage. It leaves apartment buildings under 10 units totally out, so it's not going to affect my little small towns or yours. What it does do, if you have a bigger apartment complex with 10 units or more, and you have a studio or a one-bedroom unit, they'll be allowed to have 1.5 parking spots. It lowers the amount of land used, ergo lowers the developer's cost. So it encourages development, and it'll lower housing costs and get more people into apartment houses they can afford. So the theory is, if you have a studio, you're probably one, maybe a lot of times one person, so there's one car. Well, some units are going to have people with no cars, especially if it's in my good friend from District 21's area. They might have mass transit and other things like that. And so I agreed with her on a lot of things. She pointed out a lot of housing issues. This is an area we can come in common. If it's a 2-bedroom unit, it's going to stay exactly the same. The towns are going to still have local control. That's what our planning boards want. So we seem to be found a sweet spot here where we can all agree. Again, 2 bedrooms, the town's still going to decide. It's only going to affect under 10 units. And a 1-bedroom unit, again, some people might have 2 cars, but you're going to have others or in those studios with 1 to no cars. So it should be a balance of 1.5 spaces. Not that you get 1.5. Somebody might use 2, someone might use 1, someone might use none. So it seemed to be the best thing. We need to address the housing shortage, and the good senator from 21 is correct that this is a good bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Perkins, Kwoka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise briefly. Thank you to my my friend from District 23 for the information on this bill. I think he stated it well, and I just do want to compliment the process. I think that we sat in Committee of Conference for over 2 hours, worked through a lot of hard issues. We still live in an age where we can all work together, and so I just want to applaud that process, and I'm glad we could find solutions together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Kwoka. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1400. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1400 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1573FN, making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services to enhance oversight of children in residential placement.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1573. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1616, relative to parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to Schools program.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1616. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1622FN, relative to administrative rulemaking license renewals by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1622. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. So I think that this would be a good time for our lunch break. The food should be here in about 10 or 15 minutes. They're setting up now, so a few minutes in room 100, and why don't we shoot for 1 o'clock to come back? Without objection, the Senate is adjourned till 1 o'clock. Recess. Recess. Thank you, Dawn. The Senate will come out of recess, please. Without objection, we will take up out of order one of the special ordered bills that we special ordered to the end of the House bills, House Bill 1197, without objection. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1197, relative to criminal background checks.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1197. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins, Kwoka.
Thank you, Mr. President. So HB 1197 contains a few different things, but included amongst them are the expansion of diagnostic treatment leading up to IVF that we've included after much negotiation with many stakeholders. And so, again, I just want to thank everyone who's worked on this and appreciate the support in getting to a hard-fought compromise that I hope will hold today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Kwoka. The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1197. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1197 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1633, FNA, relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making an appropriation therefore.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1633. I'm sure there's discussion. Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in support of the Committee of Conference report on HB 1633. The Committee of Conference reached what I believe is a reasonable compromise. I thank my Senate colleagues and the House conferees for the time, effort, and thought that went into crafting the report as it is presented. It made several changes that are important but not significantly different from what the Senate originally passed, but things that, in fact, I believe improved the bill. First, it made clear that smoking or vaping cannabis by a passenger in a car is not allowed, but the report is silent on the use of edibles by a passenger, and that was at the request of the House. We also put in a paragraph that our body had discussed and debated, so it was familiar to us, and that was about giving some amount of preference to the ATCs. Finally, it changed the commission slightly, adding a member who would be a representative of the cannabis industry. And it changed the possession limit, what would be not up right now, current law is up to 3/4 of an ounce is a violation, and possession of up to 3/4 of an ounce, we raised that to 1 ounce. The House had asked for 2 ounces, we went to 1 ounce, that seemed like a reasonable compromise. So all of that together brings the bill to a point at which I can certainly support it at this point. It is not perfect. We know that whenever we pass a major piece of legislation, it is seldom perfect. We may need to revisit this. But right now, one of the things that I think is most important is that this bill does address what the people of our state want. They want cannabis to be legalized. They want, more than 70% of our residents do not believe cannabis should be illegal. I think that one of the other things that is important to note is what legalizing does. And besides being the will of the majority, it allows us to do what is really necessary, and that is to regulate. We have cannabis in our state right now. Many of the stories that we heard from opponents of cannabis legalization described a problem that we currently have and that our current laws are not doing anything to rectify. So I suggest to you that passing this bill makes cannabis legal, as most of our residents want, but it also gives us the opportunity to reduce harm and provide the structure of regulation. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Birdsell to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I will try and make it brief, but I will say, I hear a lot about the polls saying that the majority of our residents want, or our constituents want, marijuana. But when you add decriminalization into the polls and you add medical marijuana, that number drastically reduces to what the residents want. But I've spent a lot of time in our last session letting you know what the studies from Columbia School of Psychiatry and some of the studies in Europe were doing on the impact of cannabis on our children and our adolescents. Children are psychosis, mental illnesses, depression, and suicides. If you think because the state is going to be taking control of this, that's going to make a difference, it's not. They say that the kids already have it. But the difference now is going to be the state is liable, because if the kids get their hands on the product that we're selling, we are liable for it. When you look at what happened in New York, they had a similar, not exact, but a similar situation that we're going into as having a state run. They are now being sued by a number of their residents because of the problems that they've been having. So get ready, because and the one thing I will say, there's only one hospital in this state that deals with adolescents' mental health issues. Hampstead Hospital. We're already having trouble, and based on what I've heard, we still don't have the money that we were promised for our pilot program. So Hampstead is going to be impacted a great deal with the impact of the adolescents with the mental health issues and of what cannabis is going to cause. So it's going to impact Atkinson, and it's going to impact Hampstead, and it's going to impact Sandown. Get ready. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Further discussion. Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is this bill going to make New Hampshire a better place to live, work, and raise a family? I don't think so. The senator from 19 eloquently said no, and she mentioned all the medical reasons, from cannabis use disorder to other things we're going to have. Is this going to send my children and yours a green light that it's not such a big deal? Yes, more kids are going to use marijuana. As I told you before, all my friends in law enforcement said in Massachusetts, it went from the high school to the junior highs, and now kids are vaping since they've legalized in elementary schools. Are more people going to die on the road? Clearly, our police have told us in all the states that have legalized, in the first year, there's a 13 to 15% death increase. People are going to have a false sense of security that they're going to be, all the marijuana in our state is going to be clean. We're going to have a large black market out there. It's going to be tainted with fentanyl. Those people are going to think they're okay now using marijuana, and they are going to die. We have no way to test this on the roads. We do not have a test, and so the police are going to, they can do sobriety checkpoint checks, and then they're going to pull someone over, and they're going to have to call in the specialists, I think drug enforcement, ones who can recognize the signals. The county attorneys have told us they can't win these prosecutions. A good lawyer is always going to beat them. So we're stuck in a position until we have a test we shouldn't legalize. And again, not against the medical marijuana. I think that was a good step for our state, but I think at this time, this is not the right thing with our fentanyl deaths at a high rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the legislation. And as I say, been around here a long time and haven't turned many votes in the time that I've been here. I can only think of one time in the 25 years I've been here. But it was a very good time. It was a very good bill, and we won it, and I was very pleased about that. Preaching to the choir is one thing, and preaching to the opposition is something else. I think the dangers of legalizing marijuana are before us. We all know what they are. I voted for medical marijuana because it was a way to satisfy people's pain without getting them involved heavily in the pharmaceutical area, which indeed is pervasive. If I see another drug ad on television during one of the basketball games, between the drugs and the DraftKings, I don't know what to do, drink or gamble. Two wonderful options. But what I'm saying is, think about it. I've got children, I've got grandchildren, got a couple of great-grandchildren. I recognize what the world is like. I also recognize that change is the only thing that's consistent in this life, in this world. And we are changing. But indeed, doing the right thing is something that I hope we think about and make a commitment to do that. I don't think this is the right thing at this time. I hope we'll think about it. I understand. I can count. And, you know, I've done a hell of a job counting up to 13, but now it's 14. 14 is the key magic number now. So I got the count. I understand what's going on, but I say, think about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Is there any further discussion?
Second.
Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
I highly say no.
Oh. Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chandley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Kwoka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1633 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1665 FN relative to student eligibility for Education Freedom Accounts Program.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1665. Is there any discussion? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to object to the Committee of Conference report to House Bill 1665. This Committee of Conference report would raise the income threshold for families who want to open an education freedom account for their kids to 425% of the federal poverty level. And to clarify what those numbers really are, that's $86,870 for a household income for a single parent with one child. It's $109,735 for a three-person household and $132,600 for a family of four. And our most current income statistics for New Hampshire from the U.S. Census Bureau put the median income in New Hampshire at 124,902. The average household income in New Hampshire is $118,118. Raising the income threshold to 425% of poverty to enter the EFA program for up to 13 years if a child begins in kindergarten, entry is actually above both the median and average household income here in New Hampshire. Right now, we have more than 4,200 children in the program at a cost of $23.8 million a year, and private schools across the state are encouraging more families to take advantage of this option. In fact, private schools have dedicated specific staff to assist families in claiming these taxpayer funds. We have religious schools that are advertising on their tuition pages that families should apply and get their New Hampshire voucher before they apply for financial aid from the institution itself. This committee report raises this subsidy for religious and private schools who get to pick and choose which students they want in their schools and have far fewer restrictions on what they even need to teach students. And this raise of the income threshold makes this even more lucrative for these schools and more expensive for New Hampshire taxpayers. This proposal of raising the income threshold to get into the program is siphoning money away from public schools that educate all the children who come through our doors, unlike these private schools that can and do pick and choose their student body. The rapid expansion of this program makes it clear that universal eligibility is the ultimate goal. We are moving towards privatization of education faster and faster with this new version of House Bill 1665. And this committee report deletes the entirety of Section 5 in the Senate bill, which would have counted homeschool students who also take classes at their local public school as part of the average daily membership in residence at 15% of adequacy. So now, not only are we siphoning away taxpayer money away from our public schools, but we will then make these public schools take in students and teach them who are not enrolled and getting voucher money at an additional cost to the school. So families can take voucher money to homeschool and then send their children right back to the school they rejected for classes, and the school can't even count them. This committee report is a reckless proposal, and I encourage the body to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition. The term public has a very significant meaning. Public, it means it's open to everyone, regardless of your income, a public institution. As a country, we invested in a public institution. We said that the way to succeed in this life is to become educated, and we decided K through 12 public education should be available to everyone. Available to everyone. We bought into that. In New Hampshire, we have two of the most heavily endowed private institutions in the nation. St. Paul's School endowment is the greatest of any school its size in the United States. You think they need education freedom accounts to send kids there? Phillips Exeter Academy, an endowment so large that kids can go free all the time. So these entities are available if indeed kid qualifies, wants to go. They don't need an education freedom account. These are endowed. What's an endowment mean? It means that people who cared about the institution gave money so that others could take advantage of it. We will siphon off the education trust, the phony education trust, which really doesn't exist. There is no trust. $22 million. $22 million. We'll take care of homeschoolers, and we'll take care of kids that want to go to private religious institutions. What about the separation between church and state? Does that exist anymore? I don't think so. And I taught at a parochial school as well as teaching in a public school. We are going to court. Guess why? Because we don't fund public education properly. That case will be before the Supreme Court, and you people sitting in these seats next year are going to have to deal with that. You're either going to have to come up with more money or a different way to finance public education. We now have spent efforts deteriorating and destroying public education. Buildings, we don't build them anymore. In Manchester, we got a bond issue to repair buildings. We got the oldest public school building in the country, Manchester Central High School. The oldest. Think of that. Still occupied. Where could some of that 22 million have gone to take care of building aid? Let's think about that. Public education, the cornerstone of a free society, the thing that makes and gives us equality. Think of the people who have gone through public education and become enormously successful in this life and contributed back to their communities. This is pointing us in the wrong direction. We're going the wrong way, and guess what? We're going faster in the wrong way than we are in the right way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the good senator from 20. There are other schools. Yes, St. Paul and Phillips Exeter are exceptional schools with exceptional endowments, but they're not the rule. The rule would be in Manchester, a little school like St. Catherine's with very little endowment, and they do help people when needed. But we'll start with my kids, as I usually do. Poor them. My children go to public schools. All of them have. They've done exceedingly well. My freshman just came home. She has a 4.53 GPA. She studies day and night. She wants to go to an Ivy League, and she's going to get there. She does 3 sports. She's the class treasurer. All my kids have followed this route. They do it at public schools. I love public schools. Works great for my family. Is doing exceptional things. But if your child flourishes, the good president had a son who flourished at a private school. A parent knows best what's for their kid, and we should allow them to send their kid wherever they think is best for their kid. Whatever parents know best, we all know that. And again, it costs $22,000. I'm going to maybe a little more expensive than some people. $22,000 to educate a kid in the Timberlane School District. If we take $5,000 off and it goes to an EFA account, that would still leave $17,000 to pay for the infrastructure. But we're letting people who need it send their kids to the appropriate school. So we're going to leave a lot of money for that infrastructure. We're not going to hurt public schools at all. Let the parents make the right choice for their kid. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Further discussions? Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the committee report. And really, I think whatever each of us feels about this program, I think the timing to make changes to it is wrong and reckless. We are in the middle of 2 big education funding lawsuits. If we lose them, we will be required to spend about an extra $500 million a year. And we don't have the revenue sources to do that. Right now, with 11 months out of the current fiscal year already gone, the Education Trust Fund is missing plan by $27 million. It would be missing plan by a whole lot more if historic horse racing wasn't so unbelievably profitable. But real estate transfer taxes are down, tobacco taxes are down, and business taxes, the part that goes to the Education Trust Fund, is down by over $50 million. So I think to expand this program in the middle of a budget cycle and in the middle of these two big lawsuits is not the right timing. We should reconsider it during a budget year and when we know the outcome of the court cases. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Further discussion. Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the emphasis that we've been thinking about is how are our kids getting educated? We cannot sustain our economy and our worldview of things unless we have an educated group of people at home. Yes, we have public schools, but if the kid doesn't fit in the public school, what do you do? You keep him at home and try to educate them? No, that doesn't work. At this point, I think we have an absentee rate in the schools which is pretty high. The last thing I heard was in 2019, that's one out of every 6 kids don't show up at school. Most of them are gone for 15 to 20 days every year, and they cannot learn if they are not in school. So how do we get them educated? And I think we are obligated to provide each child an opportunity for a setting that suits them. Parents generally like to have their kids go to school and learn something, but if they're not learning, they're just sitting at home being totally absorbed with the cell phones and looking at the different stories that they can find there and entertain themselves. They have no interest in going to school. They used to go to school to get away from the parents so they could have some free time away from the parents, but that's not the issue anymore. They can just entertain themselves by sitting in a corner and looking at the cell phone. So I think that from my perspective, we owe our children a good education wherever they can get it, whether it be with a voucher so they can go to a school of their choice, switch from the zip code school to another school. I think we owe it to them. We need to have our kids getting educated and getting to learn how to get along in the world and with other kinds of people, with other people with different kinds of an ideology. We can't afford not to give them the choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Senator Lang.
President. So I just want to make a couple corrections to some of the conversation that we've had today. First off is that the median income as expressed in the end of the first quarter for 2024 in April by the Census Bureau for New Hampshire for a family of 4, the median income is $153,000, not $124,000. At 425%, that means that families would be eligible if they make $133,000 or less as a family of 4. These represent our paycheck-to-paycheck working families here in New Hampshire that are just struggling to get along and looking for a little help. This bill also extends the phase-out grants. And if you don't remember what phase-out grants are, this is the money that we give the public school when a student accepts an EFA grant. For 3 years after that student leaves the public school, we still pay the public school a portion of that money. We give them 100% in the first year, 50% in the second year, and 25% in the third year. We recognize that government doesn't turn on a dime. School districts need time to adapt and deal with budgets, and that's why we allow these phase-out grants. They're getting money for kids that don't exist, are not in attendance to the school, and the state's still giving them their money to give them time to adapt and go. The other thing this bill does is added reporting requirements, some financial reporting requirements on DOE. Again, that's been asked for. And lastly, the thing does is it's a reduction of administrative fees. We're dropping the administrative costs from 10% to 8%, meaning that there is more money available for education versus administration. So again, taken as a whole, this bill, you know, one of the other things I would remind is there's the number 4,200 students are currently taking advantage of the education freedom accounts. Remember, that's 4,200 New Hampshire students of families in New Hampshire, all of which are currently below 350% of the poverty level. These are working families, paycheck to paycheck, that just need a little help to give their child the education that they deserve and should get. One other correction was talked about Section 5, which was stripped from the bill. Section 5 is added EFA students to the 15% calculation. The homeschool students are still current law. If a homeschool student takes a class in a public school, the school is allowed to credit against their ADA, their average daily attendance. They're allowed to credit a 15%, 0.15 FTE, to their account and get state dollars from the state revenue. So this bill is well balanced, balanced the needs of all of our citizens, balanced the needs of our public schools, recognizing what they need to have, and makes the best options available for our New Hampshire citizens and families that are just want to give their kids the best they can get. So I'd urge you to support the committee recommendation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Senator Birdsell.
Senator from District 2. So, Senator, I was talking to actually one of my superintendents. Is it not true that the schools are still getting the town portion, which is a majority of the tuition that they're receiving?
I was like, can you rephrase the question? I'm not quite sure. I don't want to answer it incorrectly.
So when the town is taxing, that the tuition comes from both the state and the town. The state money goes to the child for the EFA, but the town money still goes to the school in the district.
Correct. So spending is done at a local level. The only money that's removed from the local district is the state portion. And again, as I said, that isn't even removed immediately. It takes 3 years from the get to zero. That for 3 years they continue to get money even for a student that doesn't exist.
Follow up? So if they're still receiving that town money, can't that money be used if that student decides it wants to take a class at that public school? Can't they use that town money to pay for a portion of that tuition?
Are you talking for an EFA student or for a homeschool student?
EFA.
So an EFA student can actually tuition in, right? So a school can charge a fee to an EFA student who would come out of their EFA grant, right? So if I want to take a physics class, is my favorite subject when we're talking about this, is talking about physics, which would be tough for a homeschool or an EFA parent to teach. They could send their kid, in the case of a homeschool, they can send the kid and the school gets 15%. Right. In the case of an EFA student, they can tuition the child. So the school can request a tuition fee of equal to 15% from the parent, which would come out of the EFA grant money that the parent received.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1665. Are you ready for the question? Roll call asked for by Senator Carson, seconded by Senator Lang. Clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau? Yes. Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentiss?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innis?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chandley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Soucy?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Kwoka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes.
14-10.
The ayes have it 14-10. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1665 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2024, relative to the State 10-Year Transportation Improvement Plan.
The questions on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2024. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the Committee of Conference report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2024 is adopted. Now we move to the Senate bills that the House has sent us back. And the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 266, relative to statewide education improvement and assessment program.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 266. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The Committee of Conference, the ayes have it, excuse me, the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 340, relative to communication between parents and school districts regarding special education.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 340. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 340 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 357, relative to expanding the definition of providers who can certify patients of the therapeutic cannabis program.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 357. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 357 is adopted. Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 371 FN, relative to the licensing of resident physicians.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 371. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted on Senate Bill 371. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 379 FN, relative to emergency action plans for sport-related injuries.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 379. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the report, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted on Senate Bill 379. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 407 FN, relative to direct pay for ambulance services.
The question is on adoption of the committee report of the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 407. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 417 FN, relative to out-of-home placements for children.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 417. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 480FN, relative to administration of professional licensure, certification, and regulation of real estate practice.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 480. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 499FN, relative to reduction of hunger for children, older adults, and people with disabilities.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 499. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 513, relative to permitting charity auctions by nonprofit corporations.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 513. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 513 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 521FN, relative to the educational credentials for master teacher.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 521. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the report, please say aye. Any opposed? The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 521 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 555FN, relative to receipt of pharmaceutical rebates by insurers and pharmacy benefits manager.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 555. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 555 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 574, relative to the appointment of temporary agent for minor child and incapacitated person.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 574. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted on Senate Bill 574. I think it would be good to take a 5-minute recess. So without objection, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Senate will please come out of recess, and we're going to take up the last bill, the one that we special ordered to the end of the Senate bills, which is House Bill 1127. So the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1127 relative to revocation and suspension of drivers.
The question is on adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1127. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1127 is adopted. And now I'm going to recognize Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session, and at this point in time, we always invite all of our staff in, so if we can just wait a couple of minutes and all these folks can come in. So, good afternoon again, everybody. So, every 2 years, and this has been probably the most hectic 2 years that I've ever experienced in this building, at the end of the legislative session, we salute all the people that make this building work. And that is all the wonderful staff that we have that are both Senate staff and joint staff. And none of the work that gets done for the people of New Hampshire would get done without all of you just rolling up your sleeves day after day and helping keep this process moving. It's an unbelievable team effort, and I think we all just want to say thank you. So we're going to start with you. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Obviously, Tammy and her team just do an unbelievable job. I want to thank a recent honoree. Where are you, Jen? There you are. She's going on a scholarship and has done an incredible job as the only minority staffer for the Democrats. So, Jen, thank you. And the wonderful third floor staff, can't say enough. And I know Deborah always hates it when I give her a shout out, but she deserves a shout out for helping to make this building run. When you're the chief of staff, it's not just the legislation, but it's administering all the things that have to happen. But we have terrific staff on the third floor. Marie, where are you, Marie? There you are, trying to hide. Nicole, Grant, Peter, Daly, Kate, and then again, Jenny downstairs. Great staff of the Senate President and the minority. Rick Lehman, who gets us out of trouble. Couldn't do it without you. Patrick Murphy, where are you, Patrick? There you are. I think Patrick has been here longer than me and really does such a great job. Michael Kane, again. Michael and all the LBA staff, they certainly keep Senator Gray and me and the finance committees on both sides in check, which is a good thing. Thank you, Michael. Terry, where are you? Terry Poff. There he is. Terry, along with others, keeps this building running and he's done a great job of the security and the upgrades that we're making right now. Dave Alaconis and his great staff of OLS. I never saw more chaos than I did last week, and how you all managed to get it done and get it done well, God bless you. OLS, thank you. Jen Becker. Where are you, Jen? Oh, you're hiding behind Senator D. Jen and her staff do an unbelievable job making sure all the finances are managed well in this building. Scott Kelly, do I see Scott? And the IT team. Well, at any rate, thank you very much. Virginia and Margaret of the Visitor Center, unbelievable job that you do promoting this building to the public. Doug Delcino, I'm not sure he's here. Obviously, the building needs constant monitoring, so Doug is doing that right now, as are Safety and Protective Services, Chris Vetter, George Brown, and their unbelievable team. So thank you to all of them. And our nurse, where's... She's helping out with an emergency too. So thank you to Michelle Flanagan. Thank you. Again, great job, everybody. Thank you so much. Summer's coming early. Today's only June 13th, and I think you all have earned a bit of a break, as have we. So thank you again. So now, individual senators get to thank your staffers. So who would like to go first? Senator Avard.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Tricia because she does keep very good track of me. You're doing an amazing job. You had some big shoes to fill, and you filled them. And then I want to say, Cam and Phil, when you walk into the room, we know we're taken care of, as well as Grant. I just want to let you know we really appreciate you a lot, and you just make us shine. So thank you.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Jess. I don't see. Where is she? Oh, way over there. So thank you, Jess, for all that you do for us. She has a very difficult job because she has 3 senators who need things at the same time right now, yesterday, and she manages to keep all of us straight. And I thank you so much for the work you do for us. And I also need to thank all of the staff who answer my questions. I feel like so often I'm going in to Rich Lambert or into OLS or into talking to Jen Becker's team. And I am always grateful for all of the help you give us, and certainly for the clerk's office here. Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald.
Jen Gallagher, I think, I would not be able to function if she didn't point me in the right direction and always put the right folder in my hand. And she is fantastic at constituent service. I mean, it's really amazing. When people call with a problem, she's right on it. And also, as I do every time, a special shout out to the LBA staff. I would not be able to do anything on either committee that I'm on without Mike and Melissa and Kevin and Chris. And thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to echo your comments to all the staff that's here today. We can't do the things we do without their help. And just, Mr. Lambert is great on ethics. Anybody has any questions? This is the guy you need to go see, and he's always available. He's always helpful. Mr. Alconis at OLS, I think he was one of the angels that were watching out for us that Thursday night when we had so many amendments flying back and forth. Plus, in judiciary, with all the work that we had, the amendments were ready. They were available for us to use. So thank you very much, Mr. Alconis, and your staff for all your hard work. There's just so many folks in here, but I want to talk about the people that I call the upstairs crew. The people that are up on the 3rd floor with us, helping us every single day. We have Deb Vanderbeek, our chief of staff, who's absolutely fabulous. And Grant, again, just, we've known Grant. He does a terrific job for us. Where's Kate? There she is. Kate, oh my God, she was fabulous. She kind of got thrown into the deep end of the pool with judiciary, but she was just so much help for us. As you all know, we just had a phenomenal number of bills this 1 year alone. And I see Rick hiding over there, and I can't say enough about Rick. We need to give him a pay raise, by the way, because this man worked overtime. He was always available anytime that I called him when we weren't here and I was at home working on bills. So thank you very much, Rick. I appreciate your hard work. Matthew. This is another young man, Mr. President, who needs a pay raise, because not only was he looking after me as a senator and taking care of the Senate business, but as the majority leader and as the secretary for judiciary. He did it all, and he did it perfectly. I can't say enough, I can't thank you enough, Matthew. You're one reason why we were very successful. The committee was successful. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all your hard work. And to the other staffers that helped Matthew come in, when we were hearing at one point 10, 11, 12 bills a day, working hard to make sure we all had our committee hearing reports so we would have them when we were voting. I want to thank all of our staff as well. We can't do the job that we do without all of you. And you need to understand you are an extremely valuable part of the New Hampshire Senate, and we really and truly appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you. I'm going to say a little bit more on unanimous consent, but I just want to thank my friend, who's going to make me cry already, Jess Bork, who has been with me since day one as a very inexperienced senator, and she was just by my side every step of the way as a friend, as a colleague, talking me through very difficult circumstances. You know, she has become, you know, such an integral part of my success in the Senate, both with serving my constituents and keeping me afloat. So a huge thanks to my dear friend, Jess.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I spent some time in the late 90s as a legislative assistant in the Maryland State Senate. So I know a little bit about the job. I was one of 3. And the fact that we do so much, the people in this room do so much with so much less, is a testament to how hard you work and your dedication. I admire all of you. My assistant, Peter Mulvey, I was lucky enough to get him assigned as a freshman senator. The freshman, first day on the job, he was assigned to my office. He keeps my office moving. Without him, I wouldn't know where to go. The emails, the phone calls, all the messages, all the appointments. He keeps my calendar. If I'm back next year, Mr. President, and I hope I am, if the voters see fit, I really hope I get Pete again, because I was very lucky to draw him. And thank you very much for assigning him to me. Pete, thank you very much for everything you've done for me and for my office and our constituents. I hear from constituents all the time how great you are on the phone and how well you interact with them, and I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I started out as a freshman, as you all know, and I had Peter O'Neill as my aide. Peter did such a great job that you stole him up on the 3rd floor. And so I had to get a new aide, which was Ryan, and Ryan's done a great job, but at the same time, I also lost my committee aide in ED&A, and Kevin stepped in to help, and it's a bit of turmoil when you change your office aide. It's a bit more turmoil when you change your office aide and your committee aide. But you know, we got through it. We did a great job. And without the 2 of those guys, again, the same thing as Senator Murphy was talking about. They keep my schedule, they keep me online. Kevin reminds me you need to have calendar notifications in, and and Ryan's always reminding me you have caucus, and it's just great. I couldn't do it without them, and with all of you, as has been said many times, and you'll hear it many more times. You all make it so we can do what we do, and I'm here because my lovely wife is helping me and allows me to take the time away from the family and do this, and you guys become my family here. I always refer to all of my Senate colleagues as my brothers and sisters. We're a big family, and I come from a large family. I'm used to that dynamic, and it's nice to have it here as well. We don't always see eye to eye, we don't always agree, but at the end of the day, we sit down and have dinner and we figure out how to get the day's work done. So I appreciate that, and thank you.
Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's so hard to thank. It's with such an incredible group serving us day in and day out. It's hard to not thank you all, but at the same time call out a few extra special folks who've helped me along the way. So most importantly, whether you're working in the basement, on the first floor, the second or the third floor, everybody is a part of this team, and I've had the opportunity to experience it, not just this session, but the session before. My co-office mates, Senator Chandley and Senator Whitley, have shared their expressions of gratitude for Jessica Bork, and I echo everything that they have said. Thank you, Jessica, for always being so good and for tolerating me most of the time. You're totally a gem. I want to make sure and call out the Senate aides that I dealt with in education and HHS, who have worked so hard for us. Peter Mulvey, Cameron Lapine, Mr. Lapine. We always do what Cam says and get that blurb done by noontime, or do not leave the building. I also want to thank Kate Lipman, who has helped me to thread the needle on some complicated health-related bills. That is, I know others have thanked you, but I wanted to make sure that I was able to share my thanks as well for getting the job done. And then I want to thank Deb Martone for always letting me cut through her office, because she's really nice about that. So everyone, thank you for all that you do. And
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a little birdie told me, and actually it was a blue jay, that Cameron is leaving tomorrow to go to Toronto to watch the Red Sox play. So, if you don't mind, Cameron, take me out to the ball game, take me out with the crowd, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever come back. It's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. So it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Have a good time, Cameron. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'm going to give it over to my office mate. Roommate, office mate, same thing.
That's how rumors get started. So, speaking of ball games, I hit a home run with my administrative assistant. I know she's not up here physically, but I know she's watching. Kathy Cummings totally kept me between the guardrails. I mean, I was so green. Sometimes I didn't even know what room to go to. I didn't know what acronyms meant, nothing. And you talk about a wealth of knowledge and information, but it wasn't just the information. It was Carrie, you can do this. You've got this. You've got the ability. I'm going to be here for you. So it was the guardrails, but it was also the encouragement. But as I'm looking around this room too, we don't do what we do in a silo. And each and every one of you, maybe not directly, but somehow, some directly, but others indirectly, has touched my life and has made my time here in the Senate extremely successful. And I'll always take that with me. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Gray. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lang.
She was saying thank you, and I was saying I'm sorry. So Kathy has been a great aide, and I apologize to her being a House member coming over and being a former chair. I just thought I had to do everything, and it created a lot of stress for her, and I apologize completely for that. And she got me on track, and she was wonderful. But I also want to thank Sonia as my committee aide. She was phenomenal. As many of you already know, I move fast, I talk fast, and I have bad ADHD, and she kept me right on task, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you, Sonia, very much.
And now, Senator Gray.
Well, thank you. Pretty much, as senators, we interact almost with every one of you. So the ones that I deal with most, I'd like to call out. Trish, imagine having both Avard, Gannon, and then get me as the committee chair of the committee. You know, so thank you, Trish, for all that you've done. But along with election law, I spend a lot of time in OLS. Courtney, where's Courtney at? Courtney, I walk in the door in OLS, they say, who do you want to see this time, Courtney? And then down I go. But again, thank you, Courtney, for humoring me and all those revisions upon revisions upon revisions that we did. And Sarge, I guess, wherever you are, you know, we tried to do this stuff up in the North Country to get them back on track, and the House didn't seem to go along with us. But then we move over to finance, okay? I spend a lot of time in the LBA, asking questions, making statements, complaining, and anything else that you can do when you're over there. And they've humored me, you know, kept good sense. And the person that I know is not here because she told me she wasn't going to come up here is Deb. And certainly, you know, Deb keeps me on track, keeps my schedule up to date. She's amazed sometimes that I know some of the things that she's going to come in and tell me, but part of that's just because I read the schedule that she's already done for me. So I want to thank, and there might be something special in my desk drawer for you, Deb, you know, when I get down there.
Senator Innis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had a career of several decades, and sometimes when it comes to aides and assistants, I feel like Murphy Brown, for those of you old enough to remember, running through them constantly. But in this session, I've had the opportunity to work with a wonderful aide, Aaron Jones, who has just lifted me up through difficult times that I've gone through with family changes and so on, and always understood where I was coming from, and always saw a little bit ahead of where I needed to be. Kept me on track with emails, and I say without hesitation in front of all of you and the cameras, he's the best I've ever been with. And I really, really appreciate it, Aaron. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Senator Ward.
Thank you. Aaron. It's just been absolutely wonderful how he can keep track of things. I can just ask him anything and he just has it right there. And I want to say thank you for doing it and for being terrific. I really like what you do and the way you anticipate what needs to be done and think ahead. And I really appreciate it, and I really thank you very much.
Senator Ricciardi.
Well, first, I want to just thank everybody in this room and this building, because I really, truly feel it's an honor and a privilege to work with all of you. And Sophie, where are you? She was very new and stepped right up, and I couldn't have asked for a better aide for transportation. Absolutely wonderful. And then Aaron in Commerce, I don't know how we would manage without you. You're so organized. And then Phil. Phil has been like a son to me. He's one step ahead of me. He knows how anal I am about constituent services and organizational skills, and he's just like me. It's amazing. And sadly, I'm losing him. But he's going to law school, so I'm very, very happy for him. And we will definitely remain in contact. And I'm going to have Max now. Yes, it's big shoes to fill, but I think you're up for it. And lastly, I know Donna and the other people who keep our building clean aren't here, but I do want to give them a shout out.
You, Senator Fenton. You deserve a special shout out because you have a brand new daughter.
I do.
So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not easy to do the Zooms, I've been told many a times. But thank you for letting me do that and be with my family at those times. So I really appreciate it. And I want to say thank you to Sophie, my aide. Sophie's new this year. She got the new senator, and the new senator got the new aide. I think Sophie worries too much, and but I worry too little. So, we meet in the middle, which is a very good thing. And I also want to thank Kevin, who's in the basement with us, or we like to call it the bunker. There's not a lot of light down there, so working together has been a privilege, and we call him Kev Dog. That's his nickname, in case you guys are wondering. And I also just want to thank Pete in education. You've done an excellent job. You've gone above and beyond. And finally, I just want to thank Jenny for everything. I think I've texted Jenny nonstop since I've been here, almost every day. So thank you for everything. Thank you.
Altschiller.
I'm not last. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Mr. President.
To go around the room in the way I'd like
When
to.
you zigzagged over to Senator Prentiss, I was like, oh, here we go again. I'm last. So I am particular. And I am particularly thankful for having had Kevin assigned to me as a new senator, and I never go anywhere without making notes. So I have a couple of remarks prepared. I would like to thank Kevin because we grew into these roles together. I'm new, he's new, and I am very, very grateful for your ever-present sense of humor because being down in the bougie basement requires a little bit of a sense of humor because we have indiscriminate heat waves. So, which is kind of fun, maybe. I want to thank you for keeping me apprised and sending text messages for what's happening to my bills and other bills I'm following in real time in other committees. Awesome. Loved that. And the House updates and for filling every one of my obscure legislative reference requests. Find out what this bill did in 1999 and did this particular person vote for it. So thank you. I appreciate that. I also want to thank you for fielding the wrath of OLS, and I am so sorry back there. I realize now listening to some of you that I was not the worst, but I felt like I was sometimes when my amendments came in last minute, and then I had like a great idea that I had to tell Kevin, do you mind calling them? All the while doing amazing constituent services. Thank you. I know that the District 24 can be a little much sometimes. It's an involved bunch. So I thank you. You are truly the best. And I thank you for supporting me through 2 surgeries, hobbling around here in all kinds of, medical devices, and for surviving the bougie bunker heat wave. For those of you who haven't been down, you should come down to the bougie bunker. And also for making me feel better about the great eDNA coffee spill. Oh, that was something. And I want to also thank Jenny Horgan, who works well after hours. And when I get a text from her anytime after 5:30, I immediately text back, why are you working? But she is always there for us. And I appreciate your policy experience. It has helped a great deal. And your very, very wry sense of humor. Chef's kiss. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Michelle, our great nurse, who had to push my 240 pounds in and out with Trish for a long time. Thank you. Aaron and Denise, Commerce couldn't have functioned without you. I thank Donna. Thank you for helping me. You know, I'm a good policy person. I understand, but I am not an organizational person. I'm a hot mess most days. Sonia, whenever Tricia hasn't been around, you have been so kind. You've been so helpful. And let's see, who does that leave? Oh yeah, Tricia. So some of you may or may not know that we run a little lottery thing maybe out of our room occasionally. I do, not you. It's not your fault. And I hit the lottery when I got Trish. My three daughters, we don't know about the fourth yet. As my daughters say, I'm a lot. My wife concurs with that I am a lot to deal with. And they thank you so much for dealing with me. You've been a nurse. I gave you a report card. I was bragging about my daughters. When I am out and door knocking, you always come up and they're like, oh, you do such good work. And I'm like, it's really Trish. I don't know anybody. I wouldn't get anything done without you. You've been a nurse, A+. Constituent services, God, you know everyone in every organization we help every day. There's someone we help in our district, so thank you. You can she reads this chicken scratch and turns it into something people can read, so it's a miracle she can do that. Great person, A+. Psychologist for me, because I'm again, hot mess. A+. A confidant and a friend, and you are my familia. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like my friend from District 17, I also lost my assistant because you hired them. During the bill filing period, by the way, so I'm still a little upset about that. But luckily, Ryan filled in very well. And what I want to thank Ryan the most about is you think you're a hot mess.
I know you're in that league.
We're competing for it, so I'm all over the place. And he's constantly running my stuff up to different places and all these random stuff and printing out stuff that he's already printed out that I've misplaced. So he had to print out again. So he's really helped me out a lot in that regard. Also, you know, my wife's an assistant, by the way. She's an executive assistant, and so she's been known to critique assistants since she sees from afar. And she says that very high regards up at Ryan. She also said high regards about you too, Peter, but you left me, so she likes Ryan better. But I just want to say it was really important to me how he kept me organized and making sure I was where I was supposed to be when I needed to be. So I want to thank you for that. Also, one thing that my wife does complain about is my sense of humor sometimes can be a lot to deal with for some of you. The more you get to know me, the easier it gets. But Ryan did a good job of, when you overhear me having conversations with people, not getting too upset. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank the staff from OLS. I know we really throw a lot at you guys, and you guys always come through for all of us. So I think, again, I want to appreciate everything you did. And then Matthew on Judiciary. Also, Trish, sorry about making you guys wait so long to sign off on all those reports, like literally the 11th hour. And then you have Ryan calling me, and I'm still not answering my phone, or I'll say I'll get to it. And I just want to say you guys stayed on top of things, so I really appreciate the work you guys did. So I want to thank everyone. And then for the rest of the assistants, good job.
Senator Perkins Kwoka.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I mean, so many kind words have been said. It's hard to repeat all this high praise for you guys, but you deserve it. You know, I really believe the work we do here is just so important to so many people. There's so many folks that we hear from, and I know it's been said before, it's a little cliche, we couldn't do it without you, but please know that for this mom of 3 little girls under 5 that still works full time, that is very true. I really couldn't do it without you. Tammy, I want to thank you, especially for last Thursday, 2 weeks ago, when we did all the amendments and you guys kept rearranging the calendar. You kept us all organized. You guys always do a fabulous job. It was amazing. I want to thank too Jen Gallagher, because you're always just supporting all of us like a big mom that's just taking care of us, and it's nice for me to feel mothered a little bit once in a while. I want to thank Kate Lippman, because on a couple of my really big bills, you've been a huge help, and I just really, really appreciate the way we've been able to like build coalitions and really kind of work together on things that were really meaningful to me. So that means a lot. I want to thank Jenny and Cam, who waited all the way through last year and then most of this year to tell me that when I log on at like 10 o'clock to do my legislative work, it starts binging on their phones. And so they waited all the way till like last month to tell me that I start stressing them out when I start doing my work at night. So I've tried to adjust that. But seriously, I mean, Jenny, you've been an incredible help to me, and I mean it. Like, there's not enough hours in a day, there's not enough hands on the keyboard, so I'm just super grateful for all your support, all your help, all your jokes, all your laughter along the way, the good attitude. And Cam, who I like to stress out, I think, Donovan, you described this relationship pretty well, but I'll just tell a short anecdote to describe Cam and I's relationship, which was last Thursday between 3:15 p.m. and 4 o'clock when the Committee of Conference reports were due, and I had text messages that said, this report is due, this report is done, timer is 32 minutes, timer is 25 minutes, timer is 15 minutes, and I was like, I'm calling Dave Alcunis now, can you send me Grant's number? So anyway, Cam keeps me on track, and I'm sure they all do the same for you, but just huge gratitude because I think we all know who is behind this senator's office. So thank you, Cam. Thank you, Cam.
Senator D.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, I owe a debt of gratitude to the entire staff for the great service you've provided to me over the last 25 years. Mike, LBA, magnificent. What can I say? Magnificent. Virginia, the greatest thing since sliced bread. Really. I mean, bringing people by the office and so forth and so on. Legislative services, well, many guys are gone, but thank you for all of your service. Richie, thank you, buddy, for everything you have done. And where's your cohort? Where is she? Okay. Thank you for everything you've done. And the nurse, beyond belief, how wonderful she's been to me. And it's been a rather tough time here for the last year and a half. So to all of you, a debt of gratitude for what you've done to make me a better senator and to make me a better person. And I think that's what we should strive for here, to be better people. So to all of you, a big thank you. Herbie, thank you very much for supplying the cookies. Nobody could have done it better. Nobody. And now, to the woman I've spent more time with, the only person I've spent more time with than you, Sonia, is my wife. All right? You have been with me for 22 years. We have been together for 22 years, from your time in Senator Shaheen's office to your time with Lynch to your time back with me. Saw this lovely young lady in citizen service office, used to be on the first floor, and you finally came over to be my aide. And it's not easy being my aide. You know that better than anybody else. It's a tough trip, but we've weathered the storms and come through it really with flying colors. And what can I say more than thank you? You know, thank you. You've been great. And I'm going to do a personal privilege before I leave today. So again, I lay it as clearly as I can. We're here to serve people, and we can't serve people without your support. And it's so meaningful. It's so meaningful to me to have that support. So thank you all. Thank you.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say thank you
to Marie, who I've worked with since I was a new senator, almost 10 years now, and you have been a lifeline. She keeps me on schedule, keeps me updated on everything, and she's been a true friend for these past years, through thick and thin and good and bad, and I appreciate it. Cam, thank you for being so patient with the new chair of DHHS. You have been a wealth of information, and you've helped me a great deal. And on behalf of the committee, I just want to say thank you so much. You're a joy to have around, even though we do get those texts. Matthew, for stepping in when Marie isn't there and listening to me yelling every now and then. I appreciate it. And dropping off things for me when we meet in Windham when I'm getting ready to go on vacation. Kate Lippman, she has been an immense pleasure to work with in HHS and has helped me through some of the harder issues in HHS. And your experience has been great to be with. Tammy, thanks for everything. She starts texting me about 2 days before to have the prayer. So, and now she keeps one on file for me, so I appreciate that. And Jeb, Mr. President, thank you so much. I know we don't always agree on everything, but you have taught me a great deal in these past 10 years, and I've learned what truly a Bradley Special is, and I will try and keep up the reputation. Thank you.
Senator Soucy.
Well, thanks for making me last, because I've gotten the opportunity to hear so much about what everyone values in everyone in this room. And it's very clear that, you know, particularly having been a chief of staff, Deb, I thank you because I know what you do, dealing with everyone here and keeping this place running. But there's so much that happens that we don't even see and that we haven't even acknowledged today, because the folks in this room really, really are committed, not just to their jobs, but to their work and to this legislature and to the people of the state of New Hampshire. So thank you, all of you, for your many long days, sleepless nights. In particular, thank you for your kindness. I mean, a lot of what we do is hard, and you know, we put our names on the ballot, and we know what we're signing up for, and we, you know, can have these vigorous discussions and debates. But all of you are very professional, are very nonpartisan, are really there, even though each of you are individuals and have your own beliefs and thoughts, are there to support all of us, and that's really, really important. Part of me thinks that we should do staff-wide training in psychology, because clearly all of us need a little support every now and then that isn't just professional and work, and these folks do it. I have to say, in particular though, Jen Gallagher is like the sunshine when I open the door and come into the room. Jen not only keeps myself and Senator Rosenwald going, but really has to support the whole caucus. And Jen not only does proficient and meticulous and fabulous work with great attention to detail and to organization, but she is the most thoughtful and kind person. And you know, some days when I come in, like I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to do 10 things. She keeps me grounded and ready, and just is an extraordinary human. And Jenny has done the work of two people quite literally this year, and has done it with a smile and a laugh and an occasional, you all need to listen to me. I need to, and it's what we all need to hear. And has literally worked around the clock, and can't thank you enough for doing that. And I also want to thank the Senate President and the clerk, because I know what that job is like, and sometimes it's really hard. And we actually, despite a lot of shifting things around, managed our way through everything in a very moderate way. We didn't have late nights, and for the most part, and we, I think, managed to accomplish an awful lot working all together. So I thank you, Senator Bradley, Senate President, and thank you.
So thank you. A couple of folks have been able to come in that weren't here earlier. George Brown. George, thank you so much. George does a great job at chasing off people that park in Senator Gray and my parking spaces. We really appreciate that. And Michelle Flanagan, our nurse, is here now. Thank you. And I need to give Marie a shout out too. I am forgetful. I am never on time. I blow meetings off. I do all sorts of things. My doctor used to tell me, you know, you have high blood pressure, you're dumb, and you're probably ugly. But somehow Marie fixes all those things. I don't know how you do it. Especially when I say, oh, I had a meeting this morning? Tell them too bad. It takes a real skill to cover for me. So thank you, Marie. And now Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to go last, but Senator Birdsell beat me to it. I wanted to thank you as Senate President. And really, you have put all of us first, and you put yourself last so many times. And I can't thank you enough. You have set such a high standard for all of us, despite you blowing off a few meetings now and again, but of what it means to be a senator. And you have maintained the civility and respect of this chamber. And I can't tell you how important that is. You have left a great legacy that we will be talking about, I'm sure, for quite a while. But I want you to know that all of your efforts have made us better senators. So thank you very much.
You might not have thought that last night when the Celtics blew a 20-point lead, and there was a lot of things flying around my living room.
When you call it the bougie basement with you, so I know how that works.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you again. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it's really been an honor to be a Senate President. But we're all just part of a team. I think as Senator Soucy eloquently said, we don't always agree on everything, but we keep it agreeable. And that is a tribute not only to the 24 senators, but all of you as just such dedicated and loyal staff. I think, you know, I say this all the time. New Hampshire compared to other states is really rather remarkable. And a lot of the reason for that comes from this building, and a lot of what comes out of this building is because of all of you. So take a bow, and most importantly, enjoy the summer. All right, now I know there are going to be some unanimous consents. So anybody can stay if they want to stay, but again, thank you. So we're going to start with the Dean, or as I often call him, Captain Lou.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D.
Thank you. I ask for unanimous consent. First of all, I want to say thank you to Annie for what she's done for me over the years. Annie, you're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Jack, when I ask you to do bop, 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 you get it done. I can't ask for anything more than that. The voice has been in our fundraisers and, you know, just does great work. So thank you very much. And obviously the clerk, thank you so much for everything you have done for me. I want to be concise, and I want to talk about my time here. My wife is here in the gallery. On the 27th of May, we celebrated our 63rd wedding anniversary. We began as college classmates, married in our senior year, and I can't thank her enough for everything she's done for me and allowing me to do this. So thank you, honey. Thank you very, very much. I want to spend a little time talking about the highlights of my time here and the lowlights of my time here. I walked through the doors of this State House 50 years ago. I was elected to the House of Representatives, and I was appointed to the Committee on Education. Celia Wynn of Nashua was the chair of that committee. Celia was just a wonderful teacher at Nashua High School, and her brother later joined her. But Celia was a great person to learn from, a great person to learn from. I sponsored 2 pieces of legislation in this body that became law without the governor's signature. One was the food stamp bill, which he was all perturbed about and wouldn't sign. That was Meldrum Thompson. And the other was the birth records bill, which the governor would not sign, let it become law without his signature. 2 high points in my legislative career. Feeding children, making sure that they were taken care of, and making sure that the people knew who they were, because I think knowing who you are is so important to your life, and it's so important how you carry on forward. I've sponsored about 1,700 bills since I've been in this legislative process, either prime sponsor or co-sponsor. A lot of them have become law, a lot of them have not. But indeed, what I'd like to think has been the hallmark of my life here, Mr. President, has been my ability to serve people. Constituent services, I think Sonia was such a playmaker in that game, but serving people and getting things done for people. And you can't do that without the help of a lot of people in state service. So I've witnessed great turnovers here in state government over the years. When I first came, Henry Good was chairman of the Legislative Budget Office. Henry Good. How many people remember Henry Good? All right? The PAFA remembers it. Henry Good would sit in that office, smoke his pipe, Jeb, smoke his pipe with the curtains down, and it was like you were going into the den of iniquity. Now, you'd have to knock on the door to get in. That's how tight Henry Good was with running his game. He was head of the Legislative Budget Office. Charlie Connor, God rest us, Charlie Connor and I did the food stamp bill. We used green paper to plot the income from that bill, what the state would receive, what individuals would receive, and we charted it out. And in those days, Department of Welfare was on the other side of the river in one of those office buildings, and would have to go over there and meet with the Director of Welfare, go through the bill, go analyze the bill, find out what was going on. That stuff doesn't exist anymore. That green paper's gone, and we use the computer. But I went through that with Charlie, who was a wonderful guy who eventually became the governor's budget officer and then left state service. So these are the kinds of things I remember about it. But I think the most moving part of my whole time here, my friend, Michael Downing, sat in that chair. And Michael was dying. So Michael called me. And he said, Lou, I want you to give the obituary. I want you to give the speech at my death. I want you to remember me. Mike was a great, great guy. Big family, big name in Salem. Just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guy. But asking me to give the eulogy at his funeral, I was so moved by it. I mean, I talk about relationships all of my life, and that's one of the great relationships, that he thought so much of me that I was to remember him at his passing. So many others have run through this chamber. There is no one here from the first day I came. There's nobody left. I've seen a lot of great people come and go. Saw a wonderful young man come into this Senate who passed away during his first term. We tried to help him, tried to get him to Boston, worked like heck to try to save his life, but we couldn't get it done. The Senate president died my first year in office here. The Senate president passed away. So I've seen the pluses and certainly the minuses of this experience. But the one thing that I'll take with me when I leave, and it's the fact that in some way, somehow, I was able to make a difference in the lives of some people. And I met a guy at Franco's restaurant yesterday. He came up to me and he said, Lou, you visited me when I was in prison. You talked to me. I got out. I'm married now, and I'm raising this woman's grandchild. And he said, thanks to you. And I think, what better compliment? You know, it makes you think, if you can make the difference in a person's life, and make it better, and that's what I've tried to, that's what I have tried to do. Learned a lot from my life growing up, and hopefully carry those things over, and can continue to do that for the rest of my life. But to all of you, thank you very much for your comradeship, as Senator Waters usually says, colleagues, all right? Thanks for your collegiality. And we don't agree all the time, and that's life. But indeed, it's been an experience, and something I'll treasure for the rest of my life. And Jeb, thank you. We were together in the House, how many years ago? Many, many, many years ago, when you were a wild guy with long hair. Science and technology was your thing, and you were hell-bent on getting things done. Remember those days in the House? They were many, 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 many good days, and remember those very, very, very fondly. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your presidency, and to all of you, many thanks for all the kindness that you've shared with me. And let's hope that all of us have a great American Day. Thank you.
Further unanimous consents. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, well, I just simply can't believe that this is Lou D'Alessandro's last regular session day. And for the past 6 years, we've been companions on finance, and for the past 4 years, also on Ways and Means. And I've learned a lot from him about developing budgets and looking at various revenue sources. And while we never agreed on casinos or marijuana, I think we probably agreed on just about everything else. But I've learned a much more important lesson from you, and that is it really is all about relationships. In order to get anything done, we need to trust and respect each other, even when we don't agree on policy. And you're a master at that. And I value your friendship, your wisdom, and your willingness to share your expertise. So thank you, Lou. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank my colleagues. I have only served in the Senate for 4 years, but I am certainly a different person than when I entered. Very green, very overly ambitious, and I have learned so much from all my colleagues. I want to first just say a huge thank you to my sisters, Senator Prentiss and Senator Perkins Kwoka. We came in the middle of a global pandemic, and you have stood shoulder to shoulder with me through amazingly, difficult times and good times. And I actually couldn't have served in the Senate without you two. To our minority leader, our fearless leader, and to our all caucus members, I value all your wisdom, your fortitude, and your fearlessness in very difficult times. Mr. President, I want to say thank you to you. We have worked together even before I was in the Senate on mental health issues, children's issues. I learned what it was to be a statesperson from you, how to compromise. That was something that I really had to learn when I came into the Senate. But I think our policies were better because of it, and so I thank you for that. And to my colleague right next to me, we spend a lot of time together. We sit together all session. We sit together in judiciary. We do not always agree, but when we do agree, we are powerful. I learned so much about how a committee is run, about how someone serves their community, and how, to look out for not just my own children, but all children. And I think we have done great things together. I could never have been able to accomplish what I did for families without your partnership, so thank you. I want to say a huge thank you to my family, in particular my sister and my niece, my mother, and of course my husband and my son. Public service is really a family affair. It really is, particularly for younger families. Younger families like mine who have young children. My family has sacrificed so much for me to be here, and I'm so grateful for it. And especially to my husband, who allowed me to serve for 4 years for $100 a year. He is an actual angel. They have really selflessly allowed me to follow my passion and to work on policies to support not just my family, but all New Hampshire families. I want to say a deep thank you to my friends and my community who are truly like family to me. They supported me and my family so I could serve here, wrapping us in love, driving my son to and from practice, caring for him when my husband and I both had late meetings. To all the dedicated advocates, I am so deeply impressed and grateful to the policy experts and the advocates who stood shoulder to shoulder with me and others to try to improve lives, to strengthen families, and protect children and reproductive freedom. I want to thank, in particular, some other staff members. Jenny, you have done yeoman's work to support all of the members of our caucus, and you have done it with such strength and with such clarity, and we are, we can't thank you enough for your conviction on the things that you believe in and the ways that you challenge us. We are all better for it, and I'm so grateful. I already said my thanks to my buddy Jess, who really has allowed me to serve in the Senate, to Tammy, to Tammy. Also a constituent of mine. From day one, you and your team have been so gracious and supportive to, again, a young senator who did not know what she was doing, and it is wildly impressive what you all are able to do, and no one really understands. No one can understand what you all do, and you do it so well and so gracefully. To Kate Lippman also, I don't know if she's here. Kate has really, I think we all have been wildly impressed how she has worked in a bipartisan way. She is a true woman after my own heart. She's a policy wonk. So her together with Jenny, they have made our legislation better. They have made us better as lawmakers, and I'm so grateful to her also. I also, lastly, just want to thank all the residents and the voters of District 15. I personally think I have the best district in the entire state. It is a very engaged district, so I want to thank them all for their encouragement, for challenging me and supporting me. I'm going to miss being in this body. I think this body is one that, at the end of the day, really prioritizes people over politics, and that's what I have loved being in this body. I don't like arguing with my colleagues, but I will do it when necessary. But really, my best days in the Senate have been when we have all worked together and done incredible work to move the state forward and to protect families. And I'm looking at Senator Ricciardi, too, who will work across the aisle to improve families. So thank you all. I will continue to strive towards leading what I think is most important with courage, hope, and kindness. And I may not be in the Senate, but I will always, always stand up and fight for all Granite Staters. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Perkins Kwoka.
If I could, wanted to say one brief word about three of our colleagues that are leaving us. To Lou, who we've never really talked about this, but is just like all my Italian uncles that raised me, and is super familiar to me sitting next to him because it reminds me of like eating Italian sticks and making pasta on Sundays at my uncle's house. So we are all better for having benefited from your wisdom here and your sense of decorum and your emphasis on the facts and the policy and the words that are in front of us. We all could serve to learn from sticking to the page, and not getting pulled into what, some of the national trends are in terms of how we get this work done. To Senator Whitley, it's been such an honor and joy to learn from you as well. Your passion just shines through all of your work. I think we're all inspired to listen to you, and your commitment to all the details about how this work gets done, I think, is really unparalleled. And I know I've learned a lot from you. I know we'll see you do other things. And so I just want to thank you for your service. And to the Senate President, I just wanted to say my own thank you to you. I think that you've created such a spirit here of us working together, and I think it's just so immensely important. And I think the tone you set, for example, when the end of last year, I know you talked about something each of us had done. I just think it's something the Senate deserves as an institution, and something I hope we can all carry on in your absence. So thank you guys very much.
Any further unanimous consents? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I started as a senator with a really, really big supporter who passed away right at the beginning of my term here. And I want to thank all of you for your generosity of spirit. And I want to thank my family for supporting me in doing this, and to let them know that I will, in Frank, Dad, Grandpa, and Cheppa's name, continue. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Without objection, all personal privilege or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and Rule 217. I don't think there's any further business except we're going to have a picture taken. We all going to get up here? We're all going to get up here with Senator D. And the only other further business is enjoy the summer. I know it'll be a election year summer, but still enjoy the summer. So I recognize Senator Carson for a motion before the picture.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of sending and receiving messages, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.